Alright, hi everybody! As always, let's get ourselves logged in to Final Fantasy XIV. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope you're having a good weekend. Where did I log off? Did I log off where I meant? Oh, that's right, I didn't. Because I was logged in, and I went to go take a little, like, pre-stream, like, nap. Not exactly a nap, but I was, like, laying in bed messing on with my phone. And I come back and 14 had crashed. So, yeah. That being said, we have an important thing we have to do right when we log in anyway. And this is my way of doing a public service announcement for everybody playing them. Yeah, I logged off in Yulmore because I AFK'd in Yulmore before. Okay, so let's log in. Let's hope the game remembers. There we go. How to connect me. Let's also switch back to... We're going to start off with Summoner in the caster quests when we get to the role quest. But first things first, guys, because today is the last stream before 7.3 drops. And this is your public service announcement to do what I'm about to do right now. Remember to go to Gridania. Take the Ethernet to Minketo's Amphitheater. Run all the way. Am I going the right direction? Yes, I am. Run all the way to Apkalu Falls. Alternatively, you can take the Lancers Guild if you want to. I think the amphitheater is a little closer. Go to Apkalu Falls. Let's see if I remember to do this on this character. It'd be so funny if I forgot on my main, but not this one. Nope. Yeah, so, this particular Fantasia that you can claim from this Moogle, and it doesn't show up as a quest on your map, so you gotta remember to go over here and check, gives you a free Fantasia. And this free Fantasia will not be Thank you for 13 months! Hey! God, it's been over a year. That's so wild to think about. But yeah, reminder to go grab your free Fantasia before the patch ends, guys, because, they did some adjustments to character appearances with 7.1, or not 7.1, but 7.2. Actually, they did, okay, so they did it with 7.1, gave everybody a free Fantasia through this Moogle that you had until the end of the patch to claim, and then they did more adjustments for 7.3. 7.2, I mean. And so they gave everybody a free Fantasia in case anybody wasn't happy with the appearance of their character after the updates. They're doing more updates in 7.3, which means there will be another free Fantasia from this little guy after the patch. But you're running out of time to grab this specific free Fantasia. So that is your public service announcement. Remember to grab your free Fantasia from the Wandering Moogle before the game goes down for maintenance tomorrow night. And now we go back to, wait a minute, it's my return point. Now we go back to Radzat Han. The nice thing is, I'm not doing this until after I'm caught up with MSQ, because I want to keep doing MSQ as Aura. But once I'm done with MSQ, and my 14 content becomes raid nights, there will absolutely be... like, probably sub incentives I'm probably gonna do the streamer thing of like, hey, get me to X number of subs. It's in Tim's inventory. Maybe I should put those in John's inventory. Tim's situation is a little crowded. Oh, maybe I should move the seeds out of his inventory too. I'll worry about that later. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna put these in one Jonathan Sims's inventory. There we go. Yeah, so now I have... Between the free Fantasias I've gotten and then the Fantasias I got that were account-wide from being a veteran player and having bought the account-wide Fantasia packs that existed back in Realm Reborn, I now have 8 Fantasias. So we will definitely do something with those once I am... Nobody look at my money. Don't worry about it. There. Anyway, okay. But yeah, eventually there will be sub-incentives involving those Fantasias, and you guys will be able to decide what I Fantasia into. But we still have MSQ to do before then. And we're gonna start with role quests. So let's head over to, speaking of sub goals and stuff, the poll will be going up tomorrow for you guys to decide what I'm gonna have to do if I'm at 100 subs at the end of August. So be sure to join the Discord and be sure to throw those subs at me. Also, I'll update the number again after stream. But right now we have about 140-ish miles that we have to walk, because for every sub that I get during Endwalker, I will be walking a mile. I updated the numbers because I realized there were some miles I forgot to log into the counter. So we are now at 8 out of 140. 140-ish. Give or take whatever rolled over in terms of auto renewals in the last 24 hours. But yeah, because I am counting resubs in this. I am counting new subs, gift subs, any kind of sub. Except for sandwiches and, you know. But anyway, let's do these caster role quests. Because we're gonna be doing caster, tank, and healer tonight, because it took me like 3.5, 4 hours just to get ranged physical and melee done on Thursday. So yeah. So yeah, let's start with caster. Our aching souls, the Ishgardian delegate seeks a battle mage with courage unwavering, and we get to spend some time with my husband. Oh, my lady Shizune, I've awaited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. It pains to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. 'Tis imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent in whom we choose for this duty. Yet while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit for the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of our fell quarry. We would be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? You can count on me. If my husband wants me to go to his side to assist in battle, I will happily do so. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. "'Tis settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to the Aetheryte Plaza. Lord Arterial will be there to receive you. May the Furies speed your way." Okay, important thing we should do first then. Because it's gonna be a little chilly. Not that one, not that. Let's do this glamour, except let me actually... Oh, am I... Let me check something. Is this an acceptable shade of... Nope, that is way too bright. Let me... Because I actually don't want this to be black. Actually, before I make things too difficult for myself, let me double check what color the jacket that is actually in my... glamour closet is. Did I dye over this being blue for the glamour plate itself, or... do I have a cute little blue coat in here? Or, like, is it black in my glamour closet, or did I dye it blue in the glamour closet? Let's see here. Glamour closet. Uh-huh. It's not there. It is right here. It is, in fact, colored the way I want it to be. Apply glamour. There we go. Much better. Especially for stuff involving Ishgard. All right. Summon our little carbuncle because it'll be useful. And off to Ishgard. Artorial! Or Artorial. Did I say Artorial earlier? God damn it. I misread it for years, and then I realized, oh no. But Artorial. Hi. What's up, bro? Shizune, I've been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. It's good to see you too. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Artorial and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. 'Twas a handful of days after the first beasts arrived in Radzat-Han. An Elizan man was observed at the hoplon in the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible, draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably, the Temple Knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, we have chosen to call it, after the dragon man of Ishgardian myth. Since that day, the beast has oft been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith, people such as priests and inquisitors. I mean, Ishgard may or may not be better off without the inquisitors, not gonna lie. They don't necessarily deserve what's happening to them, but nothing of value is being lost in that case. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Many Ishgardians... Ew, hi! Alright, let me get that stretch in. Alright. Ah, fine, I'll hydrate. And thank you for the head pats. Many Ishgardians struggle to reconcile... Also, how are you? Many Ishgardians struggle to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. You're about to lose it? Is everything okay? In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name, and he is a deacon at St. Raimonod's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. Here we go. Look at these little kiddos. Freed from the drama of the Scholastic quests, now that that's all over. Not so very long ago, few would have imagined Ishgardian knights marching beyond the bounds of their own dominion. But we have ventured to the heart of Garlemald and fought for no less than the fate of the world itself. Our nation has changed, and continues to do so. You've been doing nothing but S ranks? Well, there's other busy work things to do. Do a relic. Or are you, like, trying to really focus to get achievements and stuff for the mounts? Here he is, Deacon Clem. Let us see what he can tell us. Lord Emmerich, Lord Arturel, and the savior of Ishgard besides. You do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Raimonod's Cathedral. I understand you were among those at the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the Vault's libraries to the Cathedral, in case you were unaware. We had finished delivering a batch of tomes, and were on our way to bring over another. As we approached the Hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare, and it was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were with me began turning it into monsters as well, one after another. Praise the Fury that you, at least, were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been. I'm in there. I have 132 miles I have to walk. And counting. But you know what? That's good for my health. But yeah, things are going pretty good. Who just spoke? Who are you? Ah. Bishop Vartanois. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our stalwart protectors were present, and I wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there is aught we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it. You are most kind, your grace. That was Bishop Vartwinois. Stupid French elf names. Bishop Vartwinois. There we go. The head of St. Raymonauds and a member of the Synod. With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is, in effect, the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. This is so. Yet in spite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble a man as any I have ever known. Like his grace, I would do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course! If it is within our power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. The deacon was no less terrified by the blasphemy than his peers, yet he alone did not turn. By what grace was he spared? What manner of request could this be? His tone bespeaks urgency. In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, I think that theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I am not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So that is the way of it. Suffice it to say, we will help. Do you know whither your fellows may have headed? The Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gorgain Mills and Hemlock, there is no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. Very well. Time being of the essence, I propose we split up and scour separate areas. Shizune, if you could escort the good deacon to Gorgain Mills, Lord Ortorel and I will attend to Hemlock. Okay. To Falcon's Nest. Oh yeah, I want to check something. Did they do a fun little cute thing with this place? Oh right, I can run while summoning mounts now. Behold the Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of the millennial pause. Miss Daskar, I believe the time has come for that flagon. I will not be offended, however, should the other duties demand your attention. I shall gladly drink for the two of us and hoist a mug in memory of the fallen. Oh, he doesn't mention his new adopted kid? Boo. But yeah. TikTok and YouTube Shorts and whatnot, they have the millennial pause. Final Fantasy XIV has the veteran pause. Spot the people who habitually stop to summon their mounts, even though on some level they know full well they can summon them while mounting. See, I probably should at least hustle tomorrow to get the mount on my, or not the mount, the minion on my main, but unless it's something I really, really want, now that we know for a fact that eventually they'll make it into the trophy crystal shop, I'm not super motivated to get stuff that I'm just kind of meh about. And a lot of the, like, Garlean looking mounts, A, not my aesthetic, B, a lot of them give me motion sickness. That you should choose to abide in such harsh conditions. So, like, I'll eventually spend the trophy crystals on them, or on the mount, just because I like completing collections. But honestly, I'm more interested in the outfit that's being added next patch. Glam game next patch is gonna be so good. You! Me! Ah, I see you found them. Yes, and none the worse for wear, thank the Fury. My friends, forgive us if we were given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. I mean, they did say that they were gonna put rewards in, like, make it so you could buy rewards later and there wasn't gonna be any FOMO. It's really more about, getting stuff, before they get added to the trophy shop, as opposed to just waiting. Plus, you still need the crystals either way to buy them, so you still need to do some PvP. But the healthier attitude is, it's more about, is it something you want right now, or is it something you're willing to wait a couple patches to get? And now that we have a better idea, now that we have confirmation and people can stop being like, they lied, or whatever, and we like have actual confirmation the stuff is going to get added to the shop and how long it's probably going to take, you can be healthier about whether you're gonna bend over backwards to rush PvP to get the stuff, or if you're just gonna chill and only really go for the things you really want. Anyway, my friends, forgive us if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourselves at greater risk by coming here. I really hope eventually they add the old feast rewards. There was some stuff in there that I really wanted for Glamour. Granted, isn't that the stuff that they're adding second dye channels to, old feast rewards? So maybe it'll get added this patch. We'll see. We'll have to see what they add this patch. His Grace, Bishop Vartwana, too, worries for your health and prays for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you will be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city. Don't you see? This is your fault. You and your accursed revolution. The people disdain us, mock us behind our backs, and spit in our faces. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities. Enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard, and sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. Oh, buddy, calm down. I'm sure they plan to do it eventually. I think part of it is just like what they're prioritizing versus what they feel they can put off until later, and pacing themselves in terms of what new content they add to PvP and like other parts of the game. Uh-oh. All I have ever done was in service to her. I am a good man. I do not... She cannot forsake me. It's not about small indie dev. It's about... there's only so much money and people you can throw at something. I actually don't like the small indie dev meme because a lot of time the people who push it are at best armchair devs. You know, they're already adding a whole bunch of stuff to the game this patch. They need to save some stuff for the future. Plus, they probably are evaluating, you know, at least with the Battle Pass stuff, we went into it knowing it wasn't FOMO. And I remember, I was there the year that they gave us replicas of the earrings, that were 1.0 earrings for, the Rising, and 1.0 players absolutely shat the bed. they were so, like, or maybe that's not the right word, but they crashed out hard is what I'm basically saying. Because, oh my god, this was something from 1.0 that was special for us, and now you're giving it to everybody. So they may also be trying to balance wanting to give people access to stuff that at least looks like the feast rewards versus how that might make people who earned it expecting it to be a one-time thing, like how that would affect them. Because people don't really like getting something that they think is special and unique and then have it my point is basically there's a lot more to consider than just let's give this to people. And they never said that they were going to make those feast rewards available, so it's whatever. At this point, funnily enough, there's so much nice looking gear in the game that even if they added it, the stuff that I really liked, I may not even want to use anymore. Shizune, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. Do not worry about us. See to the rest, or to the beast. It cannot have gotten far. Well, no, but that's my point. They did the battle pass, and when they announced it, like, I don't know how long you've been playing, but when they announced they were adding it to the game, they said that eventually the rewards would be available via currency. They did say that. They said the rewards that came from it would be available in some way afterwards. And then there were some people who were memeing because for a really long time that didn't happen, and so they're like, oh, they lied, or people misunderstood, etc., etc. So my point is people should be less bothered by the battle pass because we knew from the start that they had at least given us the impression that it would be available via trophy crystals or wolf marks or something else in the future, which is very different from with the Wolf's Den rewards, where those people got those expecting it to be a one-time thing. Deacon Clem, please do what you can to reassure them. Yes, of course. All shall be well, my friends. Come, join me in prayer. Yeah, if anything, the real issue with the battle pass is how long it took them to finally start adding stuff as currency, but I think it's fair to give people who earned it through the battle pass some time to enjoy it as battle pass stuff before it becomes a thing. It's just until they'd done it, we didn't know how they were gonna re-implement stuff or how long we'd have to wait. I don't mind waiting until 8.0 to get them out from this one. And now that we have for sure confirmation that they're gonna bring back old stuff, I'll probably get the minion on my main because I collect minions on that character. I collect everything on that character, honestly, but yeah. I'm back. Are you guys still saying the same thing? What of the beast? Gone. All shall be well, my... Oh, you're still saying the same thing. Okay. Is it done, Shizune? Yep. My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, and then reconvene at the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he will show you in. But yeah, you know, until this conversation, it never occurred to me. I've always taken it, or like, for granted the information I know from being an older player who's been around since back when a lot of these features were first announced, and it never occurred to me that there might be newer players who missed that announcement and hadn't heard from other players that, yeah, this was never supposed to be a FOMO thing in the first place. You know, it's funny because I've seen that with other things where I've been playing for so long that I remember certain things about the game. But the game, like, the game's population has exploded. Hang on, I know it's not the best way of tracking things because it doesn't include non-Steam players or PS2 players, or not or like PlayStation players, not PS2, PS3, PS4. But for context, peak players these days in Final Fantasy XIV is like 22,000, 29,000, 31. Like, March of this year was at like 50 or 37,000. That is a good 6 times what the player base was in A Realm Reborn. You know, when the game launched, or you know what, when the game launched in, oh, I guess did they not have Steam right away? Anyway, it looks like the highest number it was in A Realm Reborn was about 6,000-7,000 people playing, with a jump to 11,000 when Heavensward dropped. So the player base has tripled, quadrupled, depending on where you're looking. We're not going to include COVID numbers because that's not fair. A lot of people had a lot more free time during COVID compared to now. But yeah, like the player base has grown by like 3 to 6 times what it was in A Realm Reborn. So like, when I hear people talking about like, oh, WoW is gonna totally beat Final Fantasy XIV in terms of its housing because it has all these things that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't, like you getting to keep your house permanently and like, and I'm like, cool, but it's still a neighborhood based housing system. And you know what? I used to play a game that had a neighborhood housing system where houses didn't get demolished and there wasn't a lottery system. It was Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, how is WoW gonna address all the problems that Final Fantasy XIV had with the neighborhood housing system, that resulted in them having to add auto demolition and eventually the buy timer and eventually the lottery. Because what happened in A Realm Reborn is houses didn't demolish, which meant there were people who would quit the game for like a year or permanently, and they'd still have these empty houses just sitting there. In the meantime, there were active players who wanted houses and couldn't get them. And so eventually they added the timer so that they could guarantee that players could keep their house, like get houses, and that players who would quit or whatever weren't taking up a resource. The issue is though, and the reason why they have to be like, we only get maybe a new ward or like a new housing zone or whatever twice in expansion. Yes, but that still requires server space, and that's my other point. They're like, oh yeah, whenever a house, like a neighborhood fills up, we'll just add a new neighborhood. And I'm like, okay, but what are you gonna do about server space? And what are you gonna do when these houses that don't demolish end up being neighborhoods full of people who have quit your game, and are just taking up server space that, people like that's just like empty space now. I have a feeling it's probably going to take maybe 2 years for them to run into problems, because that's about how long it took for Final Fantasy to run into spaces. I bet they're going to end up with a lot of ghost towns in terms of neighborhoods. Guild neighborhoods where there's maybe one person who's still actively playing in a ghost town full of other houses that nobody has is using. It feels very much like they tried to copy Final Fantasy XIV's homework, claim they did it better to make a dig at them, and aren't really... Nothing I see has really addressed the issues that resulted in Final Fantasy XIV's housing system ending up the way it did in the first place, is my basic point. And I think part of the issue is there are a lot of people who play now who weren't there for the original version of housing in Final Fantasy XIV. And honestly, there's two really easy things that Final Fantasy XIV could do to fix its housing system. One, I know Yoshi P was I don't think this was a confirmed feature. I think this was Yoshi P spitballing me like, yeah, it might be nice if we could do this. But I have heard a thing about how, they could make it so that regardless of what size the exterior of your house is, you could increase the size of the interior to, so you could have a small with the interior of a mansion. And I think that'd be really nice. Also, if they could take the apartments and make it so that you could expand them to make them bigger, maybe make it like a penthouse suite sort of thing where it's like one of those apartments with 2 floors. So you could have a second floor, maybe buy a greenhouse to attach to your apartment where you could do gardening and place outdoor furnishings. Oh no, the thing he said was the thing that's confirmed is increased housing items. I don't think from everything I've actually read, I don't think the increasing the actual size of the interior of your house is actually a confirmed feature. I could be wrong. I'd be pleasantly surprised if I'm wrong. But for now, until I see it in writing somewhere, I am taking that with a grain of salt. Yoshi P does have a history of kind of spitballing about features that are in development. And he's gotten better about this over the last few years, but he has in the past spitballed ideas that he thinks are cool that he would like to add to the game, and then people take it as confirmation that's going to get added to the game. Oh, have they not added interiors to FC rooms and stuff? That'd be a nice first step. FC rooms and apartments. But yeah, if they just basically take the Animal Crossing approach with apartments, I think that would be really cool. Make it so that you can buy an upgrade for your apartment that makes it a little bigger. Buy a second apartment that adds a second floor. Buy a third upgrade, or not even in order, but have there be a thing where you can add a greenhouse that operates the same as outdoor furnishings and stuff. I know he did talk about balconies and stuff at one point, but he doesn't like the idea of that because I think he personally doesn't like the disconnect, and I kind of agree, because I see it in Limsa and it does feel weird. If you're looking out a balcony and there should be people that you see, but because it's technically an instanced area, you're not going to see the people outside. But that being said, you can do some really clever things with apartment-sized spaces. This is not the right place. That is not the right door I've been standing outside of this entire time. But yeah, I think sometimes if there's an issue that the player base is having, people will be like, here's this really quick, easy fix. And I'm sure the devs see that and they consider it, but then they decide to try to find a more permanent solution. That A, isn't going to cause more problems in the future, and B, may open some things up. Like with Viera hats and Hrothgar hats, I'm sure it's not a coincidence that the same patch that is giving us hats for those two races is the same patch that is making bangs visible under hoods. I think they did, instead of just making new models for Viera and Hrothgar, I have a feeling they probably did something on the back end that was a wider reaching fix. that would address not just Vera heads and Hrothgar heads, but other stuff. Because the thing is, the fact that gear are like actual in-game models, and they have to make those models for the different races, or different like body shapes rather, that's a limitation on the game in general, because that's why they said that Vera and Hrothgar would be the last races they add, probably. Because there's issues with how gear is done that limit them in terms of they don't want to have to make like 15 different models for each piece of gear that comes out. And so like if they can solve that back end thing in a way that right now makes it so Vera and Hrothgar can wear hats and we can see our bangs under hoods and stuff, but like that same fix potentially, or at least like this is me spitballing, and I could be wrong, but the way I see it, I have a feeling that they're looking for fixes that don't just fix the immediate problem, but maybe make it possible for them to add more races to the game in the future, maybe. You know, Band-Aid fixes are how the game ended up in the situation it's in the first place, because they had to rush 2.0. And we've been dealing with the spaghetti code and the technical debt since 2013. You say Bonga. I think I would love to see... Okay. Here are the two things I'd love to see. A, as an Evilise fan, as a Final Fantasy XII fan, as somebody who considers Final Fantasy XII to be one of her top 3, in terms of single-player Final Fantasy games, I would love a Dalmascus expansion where we get Bonga and Seek as allied societies. Maybe even Source-based Numo. Because those are also an Evilise. Numo are why I got baited before Shadowbringers. Like, before we knew completely what Shadowbringers was going to be. That's how I got baited into thinking we were going to Dalmasco. Was, I thought, because Numo are usually from the Evilise games. We were getting Vera, and I thought the Raktika Greatwood was going to be the Galmoro jungle. And then they're like, actually, we're going to a different world. And I was like, oh, huh? I was really confused. Actually, when they announced Shadowbringers, I was confused and concerned. Because like, but what about this war that we're supposed to be fighting? And then Shadowbringers ended up being the expansion that I hold every other expansion up against for comparison, which I probably may not be fair, but if they can give us a Shadowbringers, they can give us another Shadowbringers someday, maybe, hopefully. But oh man. Maybe. So the other thing I would love to see is, I know we're getting a Final Fantasy IX expansion, but I want another Final Fantasy IX based expansion where we actually get the Ku as an allied society and the Burmesians as another allied society. Because Final Fantasy IX is my all-time favorite single-player Final Fantasy game, and I was really hoping we'd get cute little charming Alexandria and a side quest where we help a pickle vendor and stuff, and then Dawn Trail happened, and I'm never gonna say never, but I'm like, oh, so we're not gonna fight the Aoife tree? That being said, oh man, I don't want to talk about spoilers too much, because I know there's people within the community who are not caught up with the game. But all I'm gonna say is, hey, the sky in the last zone of Dawn Trail, the sky in the last zone of Dawn Trail looks awfully sunny to me, considering what we know. Which has some really tragic implications about the second to last zone in Dawn Trail. But I'll talk more about that when I actually get to Dawn Trail. Be sure to tune in like January, because I still have Endwalker to finish, and then 2 games I wanted to play between expansions. Anyway, hi Temple Knight. We have stuff to deal with, don't we? Lords are Emmerich and Twirl await you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yeah. But yeah, because once I finish Dawn Trail, I promised the community that if they helped me get the iPhone for my VTuber tracking, I would play Subnautica. So I have to do that, and I thought it'd be funny to do it before we cross the ocean in Dawn Trail. And also I want to play the new Digimon game on release when it comes out in October. I'm really excited about that. I love Digimon. Here we shall discuss our plans to deal with the blasphemy. Whensoever you wish to enter, you need but say so to the guard. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Ramonod's to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair in turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still were we to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, that Inquisitor yearned for the days of old. See, that is why I've been streaming specifically. Well, part of it was life stuff was happening when I first started streaming, and I needed to like do something to feel like I had control in my life. But also I did use it to stream every single main series Final Fantasy game. It's taken me a couple years, partially because originally I was only playing Final Fantasy once a week, and I was playing other games the rest of the week. And then I realized, no, being a variety streamer is a bad idea if I want to play JRPGs. But I still only stream games 12 hours a week. So yeah, it took me a couple years. I've been streaming Final Fantasy XIV for like 3 years, or like going on 3 years now. We are on year 3. Granted, there were a couple of games that I paused 14 to play, like Final Fantasy 16, and also oh god, why is my brain shutting down? Final Fantasy 16, there was an attempt at Silent Hill 2. Then I realized I'm a massive baby and I like watching people play horror games more than playing them, but the community wants me to keep playing, so every October I promised I'd make an attempt. But oh no, there's only one day in October that I can play Silent Hill 2 before Digimon Time Stranger comes out this year. Oh no, what a shame. Sorry guys. But yeah. There was a stint with Infinity Nikki, and then Infinity Nikki decided to fuck up their story. I now have a topic for a video essay I've been working on. As if I don't have enough video essay ideas as it is that I need to get in gear and start working on. Including one about Endwalker. But yeah, Infinity Nikki kind of threw away a really good thing, so they get a video essay where I'm like, what the fuck, guys? I could have written this better, and I came up with the idea of how I could have written it better in like a day. It's just taken me a couple months to actually make the video because I am still learning how to use DaVinci, and I was on vacation in May, and then my cat got diagnosed with cancer. And also I have my freelancing work to do. That is my day job, and also a book I'm trying to write, and a story for my Ko-fi I'm trying to write. So yeah, hopefully soon. But yeah, I just don't touch anything by Infold or Paper Games anymore. He's doing better. We are officially at the point in his cancer treatment where, oh no, outbreak! Coming soon anyway, but we're officially at the point where he gets chemo every other week. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna finish this quest before the ad actually starts. He and the others, like him, can scarcely be blamed. Since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the Church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the Church. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. 'Tis not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than the members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder, then, that the most dedicated and devout are like to run. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. Now, with the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Once the returned clergymen have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the deacons speak with them, that we might gain an insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Pray take... there goes the ad break! Alright! Look, are you a silly boy? Can I snuggle you while there are ads happening? Is this what my subscribers are gonna get? Is hearing me call my boy? Okay. The boy has been snuggled. All right. Oh, yeah. I've just kind of been sitting here. All right, we're back from the ads. Hi, everybody. Okay. Let us continue with the story then. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you are ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Man, it would have been so funny if I had been able to finish reading that before the ad break started, because that would have been the rest that I took. Anyway, fun thing I just learned. Oh yeah, Nero, you also stream, right? So you might want to know about this. Apparently, Twitch's attempts at combating bot viewers may be backfiring and false flagging lurkers as bots. In terms of like bot viewers and stuff. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna look into making some kind of non-intrusive redeem that lurkers can use, so if they don't want to be perceived, but do you want to be like counted as viewers and stuff. They got banned? What, because they had too many viewers who were false flagged, or because they got false flagged? Anyway, hi Artwirl. Ash, hi! It's okay, Ash, I know you're real. You also force hydrate me enough that there's no way Twitch could ever think that you are a bot. I mean, the thing is too, especially with really big streamers, if you have like tens of thousands of viewers or even like a couple hundred viewers, you don't necessarily want all those people talking in chat. That sounds like chaos. That sounds like it'd be a nightmare to moderate. Ugh, making me stretch and check my posture. Gosh, Ash. But yeah, I'm gonna look into like non-intrusive ways to make things easier for lurkers in the meantime. Artwirl is eagerly awaiting Deacon Clem's report. Ah, Shizune, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Amaric, too, is on his way. Let us wait for them. But yeah, like, I know there are lurkers who just want to, like, watch the streamer and not be perceived by anybody. And I want to make sure that they can do that. If they so desire. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I am glad to do all I can. So, 'tis our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been the subject of harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I'm afraid. And they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Helone, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies. This is true. But we too were misled. We too are victims. Yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well do I understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us the challenges you and yours have had to face since the war's end? I have to double check something since you said that. Not that I have money for the cash shop, but is it? Yeah, if they gave us Nimia's hair, oh man. I'm about her outfit, but her hair's cute. Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime. But now that it has come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight that foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn was devastating. We who had once been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Yet I have faith that the church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path and again become a beacon of hope for the people. I see. Thank you for sharing with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, it is now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the church. In light of this, I would ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we have established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity. The progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion, and inadequately against the cold besides. 'Tis said that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drive profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was. And this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplon is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present as that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries in the Pillars. If you could attend to the Hoplon, Lord Artorial and I will look in the surrounding areas. I'm glad that at least with some of these role quests, they use them to sort of address... I'm not gonna say plot holes necessarily, but... things that should have been addressed sooner, maybe, or like things that they wouldn't necessarily have been able to fit into MSQ, but are kind of important lore-wise. Like, hey, we just found out that a good chunk of your belief system was based on a lie. What now? No, I didn't see that dragon, nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Dravanian attack, but if not, then what was it? That and, like, some stuff with Yotsuyu in Stormblood that they managed to sort of deal with the ranged physical role quests. Yeah, I mean, they realistically, what we did in Heaven's Word should have completely destabilized Ishgard for a really long time. Which means Emmerich is some kind of political genius, honestly. The dragon that appeared at the Hoplon? I saw it with my own eyes. One moment an Elezen, the next a terrible beast. He was a heretic, I take it? Not exactly. But the question of how it would affect the church and its role in Ishgard is a good one to talk about. Because take out the dragon hating part of it, and it did kind of serve a function within Ishgard's society, and even though it's a republic now, you know, they still need to address, it is still the Church of Halone. Yeah, I mean, fortunately he was able to get all of the lords and stuff to be like on board with things, and I guess it probably depend on how big the population in Ishgard is. Because the bigger the population, finding out that their government, like everything that we did in Ishgard or in Heaven's Word, the more dissent there might be to just completely topple things and replace the old government with a new civil war, revolution, whatever you want to call it. Having the Eorzean alliance involved probably helped, but Halone is basically, hang on, let me just, she's more just a goddess of battle in general, and they were kind of misappropriating her name. She's the Fury, so, mover of glaciers and the goddess of war, commands the element of ice and is tied to the first astral moon. She is depicted as a relentless warrior holding a bronze great shield, and her symbol is 3 spheres, or spears. Halone is the daughter of Ralger, the younger sister of Beauregard, and is bittered rivals with Nofika. She is the patron of the Holy See of Ishgard. So yeah, like, they just have to reassess a lot of their holy doctrine, edit out all the dragon-hating bullshit, and it would be fine, but that's still... That would be like in the real world if the Catholic Church suddenly found out that actually Jesus just wanted everybody to be Jewish. And he wasn't the Son of God. He wasn't, this is just a hypothetical. I don't want to get anybody mad, even though I'm not Catholic, but like, or Christian, but like, he wasn't the Son of God. He wasn't the Messiah. He was just like a Jewish revolutionary. And then like having the Catholic Church have to like contend with that and reevaluate thousands of years of doctrine. I wasn't present for the incident at the Hoplon. Or, well, no, I'm not going to go into like my whole religious tangents on stuff. I'm going to shut up now. I wasn't present for the incident at the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the cold, that I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Vandrenos was searching for him. He was a patient at the infirmary and by coincidence had the same name. Were you able to learn anything? Not yet, but hi, Emmerich. There you are, Shizune. Did you search yield any fruit? I mean, I guess there was the whole thing about the escaped patient. A patient from the of the Firmament's infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description. A man walking in a stupor who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy. But to think that his name should be Vandrano. Or Vandro. I've been pronouncing that name wrong this entire time. Whoops. 'Tis the same as that of former Heaven's Ward Commander Saint Vandro de Welshman, for whom the infirmary is named. Oh, that's awkward, considering their role in the whole Thornton incident. Saint Vandro, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. 'Tis not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. We shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the room. Like, oh, your hospital is named after a guy who was almost certainly complicit in the whole lying to the people thing, considering the fact that we know that the Heaven's Word was in on it. Okay, that's a choice. Oh wait, this is a door, right? No, it's not. There's stairs. I'm just gonna take a shortcut. There we go. Lord Archwell should not be long. Let us wait here. I guess. But, like, all of the Heavensward also disappeared when Thornton did. So, like, people had to have noticed something, right? This is Loverick, the aide who was in charge of Vandro. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. What? What? Huh? Fox Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? We have not, I'm afraid, but we seek to and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was found by the hi everybody, I am Shizu. I am the magical girl I'm the writer / magical girl VTuber. My community is called the Pantry because everybody in it is a snack. I am currently playing Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, so if Final Fantasy XIV spoilers are a thing you were worried about, and you have to dash, that is totally fine. I don't want anybody perceiving things that they aren't willing to perceive yet. But yeah, in the meantime, I am doing the Endwalker Endwalkathon. So for every sub that I get, I am walking a mile. Also, I usually set a sub goal every month of 100 subs, and if I hit that goal, I do a thing voted for by my... Thank you! But I do a thing voted for by my community in the Discord, so be sure to join the Discord if you want to be involved with that. Because I got hit 100 subs in July, we're going to be doing a repo stream next Sunday. So yeah. Anyway, we are currently playing through Endwalker role quests. We are doing the caster role quest right now. Things are happening. That's a good point. Maybe they did that. Maybe, oh no, they all died in the chaos, or uh-oh, Thornton killed them all, or something. I don't know. Anyway, he was found by a patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he had been doing well, but then... Prime of his years. By all accounts, he is no old man. It seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vandro. Oh, no, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Artois. And though he gave his name as Vandro, he seemed rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. In his state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. The man who recently turned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vandro. What? No! How can this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? Things he may have said or done while in your care? Aggressively purple? Yeah. It's not like he's the only character with eyes like that. Like Unukalhai has pretty purple eyes too. While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherent, he mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop too. Bishop Vartrenois. Vartrenois. I assumed he was a pious man, given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We will continue our investigation, and should we confirm that or what became of Vandro, we will inform you forthwith. Let us return to the I can talk. Let us return to the congregation for now. As happy as I am by the stuff that changes if you do Ishgard Restoration, I do kind of miss the kids throwing snowballs over here. I know they're probably the same kids that are at the orphanage now, and happy and warm and stuff, but... Thank you so much for the on-screen celebration. Oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff. Have you not done Ishgard Restoration? Hang on, let me show you where they go. As soon as I remember where the Aetheryte is. Here we go. Okay, let me go to the Ethernet. Hang on. Interruption. Okay, so the kids that were there are now... Dude, it's so good. Like, if you're ever down and want, like, the biggest hit of serotonin, Ishgard Restoration will be that. Because one of the things that you get from that is these guys. Look at them. They don't acknowledge me when I go. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, wait, maybe? Were you waving at me or were you waving at your friends? They don't throw snowballs at me anymore or, like, stop to salute or whatever. But... But yeah, Dominant Enclave, great. A lot of the Allied Society quests, starting with Heaven's Word, also change the area as you do them. But yeah, so these are the orphans. These are some of the former soldiers that run the orphanage. This is their pet chocobo that is being raised by these 3 orphans that we get quests from. Also, remember the little girl who, in MSQ, the bad guy tried to throw her off the roof and she got saved by a dragon? She is now... I think she's still working at the... Or I think she's still in the orphanage because she references it. But she is working at St. Vandro's. This is the actual place that they're talking about. Also, Charlemagne is here. Like Lord Charlemagne, like the head of one of the high houses. It's a whole thing. But yeah, Maylee is back here. We got her a job. One of the orphans does get, or like there is an orphan that gets, adopted by, what's his name, Redwald or whatever, in Falcon's Nest. That's why I went to go talk to him earlier, because I wanted to see if he'd have dialogue referencing it, but I guess not. But yeah, like, oh, also, because of one of the other quests in... Well, hang on. Do you want to see a thing that's kind of a spoiler for these quests, or do you want me to just leave now? Remember to pace yourself if you're achievement hunting. But yeah, Charlemagne is a custom delivery NPC. There's another one that is over here, but her appearance, if you care about spoilers for custom delivery stories, is a bit of a spoiler. So give me a quick try. I know it takes effort. I am fully aware of the fact that sometimes when you like doing something, it's really hard to pace yourself. She baby dragon. But she may or may not get a growth spurt during the quests. So yeah, but there's my daughter. She's also a mount. And because of you helping her out, we got baby dragons hanging out and also talking to some of the kids. Like, I'm sure we'll never see it in the game just because that would require such a huge time skip. But I'm imagining a future of Ishgard where you've got like full-ass dragons just kind of hanging out on the roofs. And the dragons and the humans are living side by side. Maybe eventually some kind of like colony in the Churning Mists or something. I don't know. Repopulate more of Dravania with people. 10.0, Dalmud 2.0. No! Because the thing is, it takes so long for dragons to get that old that it'd probably be a couple generations. Final Fantasy 20 ends up being a new MMO. It is to Final Fantasy 14 what Final Fantasy 14 is to Final Fantasy 11, where there's like references and stuff. Except hopefully they'll actually play other MMOs and stuff and not have to drop a moon on whatever the next MMO is, 1.0, because they let hubris get to them again. But honestly, I'm fine with things for now. I'm fine with them just putting their efforts into 14. It's kind of like how 11 is the only single player, or not single player, the only main series Final Fantasy game I haven't played yet because, I don't want to be paying for 2 subs right now. Maybe someday when I'm more financially comfortable, and maybe I'll make it like a donation goal on the channel or something. But for now, I'm gonna go back to Foundation. But yeah, firmament quests, big recommend. God, they make me happy. They make me so, so happy. I actually purposely put off doing them when I was playing through Shadowbringer. Like, I did them during Shadowbringers, because I am doing all of the content in the order that it got added. So even though you can do Firmament after you finish Heavensward, I waited until Shadowbringers to do it, because that's when they added it. And I made a point of playing the Ishgard Restoration content for each patch right after I would do one of the Whirlit trials. Yeah, I've thought that too. I honestly, when they announced the Alliance raid for Dawntrail, I thought they were gonna maybe be like, oh, by the way, we're also gonna make it so that you have an option of subbing to both MMOs at once. I'm sure there's a lot of 14 players who'd be willing to check it out if they could, if it didn't cost them like significantly more than what they already pay for one sub. Heading to the strategy room? I should be glad to show you in. Yep, let me in. Who could this Vandro be? Okay, here's the thing with the discount, is that, like, discounts are cool, but I'd rather, like, that's just a one-time discount. I'd rather, unless it was, like, a perpetual discount of, like, hey, because you have a Final Fantasy XIV account, you permanently get a discounted rate for 11 or something. Like, cool, one-time discounts are fine, but it's an MMO, and it's an old MMO, and there's a lot of content to get through. There's no way that, like, that one-time discount is going to be satisfactory. The mystery remains, but we are one step closer to identifying the man who became Profane Fafnir. Indeed, though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And how curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartrenois specifically. Oh, absolutely. Give it a free trial. Make it so that if you buy the game and you're a Final Fantasy XIV player, you have access, like, you can either pay a few dollars more for, like, a double sub, or just include it in the Final Fantasy XIV sub. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with His Grace. In light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I will request an audience, but His Grace has many demands upon his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should you have other business, pray feel free to attend to them in the meantime. Man, the role quests are such a prime example of my issues with the pacing in Endwalker. It should have been 2 expansions. Because the thing is, your option is either do what I'm doing, over level, and then play through chunks of it. Because, okay, my issue is, as an example, the role quests unlock at 55, which is already, or not 55, 85, which is already late compared to when we usually get class or role-related content in the first place. And then it's a quest per level. There's a 55, 56, 57, 58, why do you keep saying 50? 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, and I believe a level 100 quests. But, like, if you're somebody who is doing them as you level up and you're leveling up on par with MSQ, like, what? You're gonna stop in the middle of Zone 4, or, like, Zone 5 to go back here to do the level 86 quest? Or 87? you're gonna hit level 100 while in the middle of the final zone, and then come back here to do the level 6 or level 90 quest? No. The way it's spread out is just... It should have been 2 expansions. Please look forward to my whole video essay that includes me outlining how I think the Ilsabard contingent should have been the basis for the role quests for 6.0. I mean, role quests aren't required. I'm doing them. I did this with with Shadowbringers, and I'm doing this with Endwalker. I'm doing them now because doing them before you finish base MSQ just makes more sense to me. Shadowbringers is the only expansion that actually requires it. I think it's more like if you're gonna do all the role quests, I do think it means more if you do them all while you're doing MSQ as opposed to after. Endwalker, they're not required. The only thing Endwalker and Dawn Trail's role quests are required for is if you want to be able to dye your artifact gear. But like, maybe I want to have my artifact gear be dyed when I do the final quests in the final zone. Also, my bigger issue with Endwalker's role quests, besides the pacing, or the leveling pacing, I mean, is it feels weird, and I'm speaking from experience with this, from having done it this way on my main. On my main, when I first played this, I did, because I was using the quests from side quests and MSQ to level up Bard and Red Mage, because those were my 2 mains at the time. It doesn't make quite as much sense to be dealing with blasphemies once you beat the final boss of Endwalker. At least with Shadowbringers, it isn't explicitly said, and I wish it was, but at least in Shadowbringers it makes sense because we know that, like, even though we brought back the Knight and we defeated all the Light Wardens, there's still Sin Eaters out there. And that got confirmed when they were like, yeah, some of the bosses in the new Deep Dungeon are going to be Sin Eaters, and we also deal with Sin Eaters in the Dwarf quests. Like that's why they wanted tanks and like other stuff to sell merchants, was to protect their stuff from beasts and Sin Eaters and stuff. But Endwalker doesn't make sense. Why would the blasphemies still be a thing? Why would people still be turning into blasphemies like they do in some of these quests if the final days are over? And I think that's why they did the role quests for Endwalker or for Dawn Trail the way they are, where honestly they have zero connection to MSQ. I'm not even doing them alongside MSQ when I play through Dawn Trail. I'm gonna set aside a couple of days once I finish Dawn Trail to do the role quests after I finish base MSQ. No Finland days. Uh-oh, what did Finland do? Anyway. Hi, Artorel. Level 87. The look of relief upon Artorel's face bespeaks your timely arrival. They know? Oh goodness. Shizune, excellent timing as ever. Beacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vatronal will see us now. By which I mean right this instant. It's extremely short notice, I know, but it would not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vandrino may be connected. Or Vandro may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Amric is already on his way to St. Ramonod's Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. right, to the cathedral. Ah, Shizune, well, glad am I that you could join us. Of course, anything for you, Amric. It seems his grace has yet to arrive. My lords, I am so sorry. I informed his grace that you were making your way hither, but shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot have gone far, though, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes you can still steal a moment of his time, to grant us an audience only to depart with such haste. What business could be so pressing? I need you to meet with me right now at this very moment. If you're late for this appointment, no appointment. But I'm gonna be late. Was this guy a doctor? His grace has yet to return, I'm afraid. Like, one of my biggest pet peeves is how, like, when it comes to doctor or dentist appointments, they'll be like, yeah, if you're more than 15 minutes late, no, you've forfeited your appointment, which, like, fair, but then you get there and they make you sit there for like a half hour waiting for them because they're running behind. I found his grace, Shizune. Yes, you did. Well now, that even the savior of Ishgard should be here. Your grace, perhaps 'tis simply our misunderstanding, but we were under the impression that you had granted us an audience. Lord Speaker, rest assured, I was about to return to the cathedral. Sure you were. There is no need, Your Grace. This will not take long. As you may have heard, we are investigating a young man named Vendro. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is. With the exception of the former Archimandrite, I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine and the Archbishop's are known to many, yes? Perhaps this youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is. Full glad am I that his faith was of comfort to him in sickness, and I pray to Halone that he will soon be found in good health. You seem to know an awful lot about him. We didn't say anything about him being sick. Now then, if there was nothing else, I shall return to my duties. Also, I have my Deus Ex Machina power. Fear not, Your Eminence. I shall carry on your legacy. We have completed the preparations as per your instructions. But are you certain this will work? It will. It must. Lord Amric spoke the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it. Not at first. But in the course of cataloging His Eminence's personal articles, I came upon his journal. Therein he had written that, through abundant ether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power we require lies in this place, this Ozus law. By channeling the essence, or essential elements, into the soulless flesh and sword we found. Okay, at least you guys didn't murder somebody for the sake of this craziness. We shall summon forth King Thordan and his Knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory. What former glory would that be? Would they necessarily have had to move it, or was that where it was when we left it behind after the battle? I just kind of assumed this was what was left of the arena. Also, probably teamwork. I'm pretty sure his sword is laying on the ground after you beat Thordan in Heaven's Word. What is this? It's just an ordinary man, scarcely changed from before. His Eminence, I must protect. No, this isn't right. Confound it! Perhaps I overlooked something. I must return to the Holy See and review the journal. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. 'Tis a failure without use or value. The denizens of this place will deal with it soon enough. Damn, dude, you bring something into the world and then you just leave it to its fate? That is your child, sir. That is your son. That you have brought into the world to have an existence of pain. Shizune, are you well? Were you perchance granted a vision of the past? I sure was. An attempted summoning of King Thordan and his Knights 12? Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation and explain yourself. I have dedicated my life to the church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the scriptures, and taught others to do likewise. But you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. You cannot know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community. Whoop, that's going too fast. Game, please. To be denied by your society. Well, I deny you in this justice. I deny in Ishgard where the church has no place. I refuse to accept it. Do you hear me? I refuse to accept it. There we go. I mean, you say that, but that's actually Kryle's thing. Have you read the short stories that are on the lodestone? Because that is 100% something that Kryle has done. Your Grace, no! How do you think, let me put it this way. How do you think they, Kryle and Tataru got Estinian to work with them? Or for them? Tomato, tomato. That it should come to violence yet again. Would that your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I will return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. Man, I've had this issue before, just like trying to read things in general. But from an accessibility standpoint, I wish they'd be a little more mindful of the fact that not everybody can read as fast as others. Especially if you're a streamer and trying to read something out loud. Like, I'm not saying, hey, what about the streamers? But, like, it'd be a nice accessibility thing if they could slow down text if it's gonna be an automatic thing regardless of your settings. I don't have it set to auto skip. That's the thing. It's just there are some cutscenes that even if you don't have things set to like auto progress, will still auto progress for the sake of the cutscene. Oh yeah, then yeah, fair. Like, at the very least, I don't know. Like, I'm fully aware of the fact that I am a slow reader because I have ADHD and I've just always been kind of slower at reading things than other people. But like, I wish that they would have an accessibility thing, especially since some people who play this game are playing it in a language that's not their first language, and they may be using it to practice a second language, or it may not be available in their first language. I'm thinking of, like, I know there are a lot of Spanish-speaking people who play with English because there's no Spanish dub of the game. Heading to the strategy room? I should be glad to show you. Oh, he just says the same thing, and I just have a Pavlovian response to seeing speech bubbles and reading them. But yeah, every now and then they're not super great about accessibility. They had one dungeon in Endwalker where the floor is yellow, so they made the AoE markers green, and then they like immediately forgot that that was a thing they could do. How fares the deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the Synod could succumb to despair and turn. The crisis gripping the church is far graver than I had imagined. I mean, he was also the guy who kind of orchestrated all of this. This entire situation is his fault. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religion and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace. Shizune, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision? I mean, my first language is English. But I still am like, hey, slow down. I can't read. That's too fast. I miss things. I have to like go into the chat log to double check things because it happens too fast sometimes. That he should seek to use one of Aleg's unholy abominations to create a primal. Oh, I get it. He used a clone. I'm stupid. I was like, where did you get a soulless body from? It's a clone. They're right. Yeah. Okay, that tracks. Yet that which manifested was not like to be, like the being you fought, but rather attained the form of a man, one driven by the desire to protect the Archbishop. We may safely assume that the bishop did not have sufficient ether. Bereft of Nidhogg's eye, the sword of Aslan no longer has such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed, thanks to your valorous intervention. But if the summoning failed, how did the clone come to possess life? And what purpose drives it? Lack of ether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for their summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet how did he come to be in the Central Highlands? You believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate. Yet, considering what we know of the clone and Vandro, it would seem a likely possibility. Me too, that's part of why I insisted on doing everything on this character. Whatever the truth may be, it will not elude us forever. But first, I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. Also, during the next ad break, I am going to grab some food and feed my cats and give Luca his medication. God's permitting, I will have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. Hey, cool, I finished the quest in time. Hydrate, okay. Posture check, stretch. But yeah, honestly, considering certain things in, well, I guess it wouldn't need to have been. I think it would have been cool if they had made Warring Triad mandatory content, especially since it was originally planned to be part of MSQ. And then I think because of the feedback they got from people who started Heavensward, or who started the game during Heavensward before there was a story skip, because of that pushback and people complaining about the fact that originally A Realm Reborn post-game MSQ was 100 quests. And so I think that's why they decided for a really long time to take the trials and like make them side quests instead, because it was something that they could trim from MSQ. That being said, I also think the way I've been doing things, where I do things by patch, and so I'll do like a day of MSQ or 2 days, like 1 or 2 days of MSQ, a day of raids, a day of whatever other content, and then go back to MSQ. It's really helped with not getting burnt out on anything. I've helped out other content creators with doing raids where they try to do all 12 raids in one go, and man, oh man, is it rough. Anyway, yeah, I need to go feed my cats and give Cancer Cat his medication, so I will be right back. Everybody go get snacks, hug your pets, get some water, and I will see you all. All right, we're back. Hi, everybody. The boy has been fed. I have food. The boy has been medicated. It is now time to continue with the story with, I believe this is level 88, right? Yep, last caster quest for now. Artorel has the identity of the blasphemy on his mind. Shizune, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched the temple knights to find the clergyman who aided in Bishop Vartwino's summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, how then to ascertain that the clone and Vandro are the same individual? Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps, we should instead consider how Vandro may have found his way to Korthus. According to Shizune's vision, he was abandoned in Azizla. But what did he go or do afterwards? Then there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I shall go and search for the clone in Azizla. If he is still there, then we are dealing with a different individual. A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Meanwhile, Shizune and I shall retrace Vandro's steps whence he first appeared. Upon being found in the Central Highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there. Isn't it supposed to be Artorel or Amanalaine who's in charge of Dragonhead now? Who's filling with the big chair? Let's start by asking here. There he is. Wait a minute. Hold on. Aren't you supposed to... Oh, did you return? Hang on. What? What ho, my good lady. We certainly had the most remarkable of adventures in Garlemald. Okay, I guess he's just here now. Which I've been explaining in great detail to Honora ever since my return. I only wish he could have been there with us. Lord Amanalaine's spell of absence afforded me time to return to my writing. I know! I saw one of your books in Old Charlian, buddy! Good job! I must admit that life was rather duller without him, though not necessarily for the worse. Oh, ouch. Oh. He's just that NPC. Okay. Ah, 'tis ever an honor to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this morn? An injured man who was found out in the wilds? Yes, I know the one. I was with the patrol that chanced into him north of here, at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him on to the city. Your exchange with Yel? I'm just gonna say Yel. Has taught you that, or about, where Vandra was found. Okay. And then up here, up more? Oh, here, okay. Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow, but in case it is of interest, earlier the same day I caught sight of an airship flying dangerously low. It soon disappeared into the brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. Your exchange with Theobalin has taught you about an airship flying low. Is this where... One of these has a little scandalous moment, doesn't it? Was it here, or was it on the other side? It's on the other side. Was this... Were the gay soldiers here, or were they at... We can continue this no longer. Think of your wife. Okay, so there's scandal number 1. I think the other one might be over at White Brim. There's like a soldier who is all like, come over here, soldier, to his bunkmate. But I think... Oh, what this? They should probably update this dialogue, huh? They're talking about slaying dragons. Boys, the war is over. Dragons are friends now. But yeah, I think the guy who was flirting with the guy a bunk over may have been... unless it... No, this is the hospital area. It wouldn't be here. I think it was over in White Brim. I can't remember if it was like, why don't you come over here, soldier? Or like... something about warming one's bed. Oh. This is literally where I was supposed to go for the quest. Right. I knew that. Well, now, if it isn't the late Lord Horshaphant's dear friend, is there something you require? Ah, yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not attired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he had been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they may mistakenly feel that they are warm and disrobed. That might explain his state of undress. Your exchange with Nine has taught you about Vandro's state when he was found. Yeah, if you're not careful, you get so cold it fucks with your nerves, and you start feeling warm instead. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of interest? Let's hand these over. A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. I, for one, am curious about the fate of this unknown airship. To that end, I have arranged a pair of black chocobos for us, the more efficiently to scour the area. You do know I was given a black chocobo, right? We shall contain our search to Providence Point, where Vandro is said to have been found. If you are ready, let us be off. Let's go. And this gives me a chance to eat my salad. Because this dialogue tends, like when there is dialogue, tends to go way too fast for me. But oh my god, guys. Our husband Emmerich, my husband Emmerich, invited me on a chocobo flying date. Isn't that sweet? Nothing so far. Let us continue northeast. He's just so romantic. Ah. Hey, look! Good news! We found the blasphemy! By the Fury. It's the blasphemy. Ugh. Where did he get the airship from? Man, poor guy. Brought into creation, doesn't know who or what he is. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. Ah, you're finally awake. Alone be praised. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? My name is Zephyrin. No. Sheribert. Or Sheribert. Or was it Veguin? Polycrane? So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you all right? Poor boy. Vandro. My name is Vandro. Well, now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say fate has guided you to us. So, Vandro, if you are feeling up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember? Anything at all? A proud son of House Samael, nay, a devout servant of Alone, who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure of inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brothers in arms. A low-born runt whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But his Eminence raised me up, and did me a place at his side. From that day forth, I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very life, or pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. I am a knight of the Heavensward, born to protect and serve the Archbishop. Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounded rude. I had no idea. And while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heavensward have not been seen in quite some time, and are presumed dead. And the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. But the important thing is you're safe now, and will help you get back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. What happened to this guy was cruel. Fuck the bishop. I know he's already gone, but... The archbishop... dead? No, no, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? I must find him. Shizune! Huh? Oh! Well... For the glory of King Thornton. Another vision, I take it. Mm-hmm. Let us make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Artwell will return soon, if he has not already, and we should both be glad to hear your tale. Mm-hmm. Oh, back to Ishgard. Okay. You guys... Okay, if you were gonna just teleport me somewhere else, you couldn't have teleported me straight to Foundation, at least? Come on. Heading to the strategy room. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Hi, Artwell. Ah, Shizune. I pray your search was more productive than mine own. Yeah. Everyone is here. Excellent. So, were you able to find our clone in Azizla? Nay, not but the discarded Asolon remained. How fared you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands? In the course of retracing Vandro's steps, we came upon the wreck of the Soleil. Oh! Yeah, I guess we just kind of left it behind there, huh? I suspect he found the vessel abandoned in Azizla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. But he crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead. So it would seem. And the Archbishop's airship was not only the only thing we found. Profound Fafnir was there too. The creature who chose to flee, but not before Shizune had a vision of Vandro's past. Go on, my friend. Share with us what you witnessed. Sure, exposit, exposit, exposit. All the pieces fit, and it is as you surmised, my lord. Vandro and the clone are one and the same, and it is in his despair he turned into the blasphemy. Yet the confusion he exhibited when he asked his name, 'tis as if he wasn't sure of his own identity. They were trying to summon Thornton and the Knights 12, and they only had one body for it. According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thornton and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Vandro. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Shizune, and the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they share in the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vandro's very being, and when he learned that he no longer had a purpose, the Heaven's Word took up arms against us and Ishgard. By their hand were we robbed of one of our finest knights and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. The self-same fate inflicted upon full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. The people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, many have become lost and are all too vulnerable to despair. The people don't have to forget, but they need to move forward. The church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. The church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I thought as much myself, my friend. But to hear you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Lord Artoel, at the next house session, I shall call for an ecumenical council to be held. My lord, such a gathering is served for... Oh, you intend for the church to codify new doctrine. Since the separation of religion and state, we have refrained from interfering in church affairs. But if the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, it must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. I would call for this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it thanks to you. Guys, he smiled at me. I shall tend to the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask for your patience in the meantime. Okay, so that is casters done, and back to Thavnir we go. Or Radzat Han, rather. Same difference. I just realized I'm running in way the wrong direction. Also, let me switch over to Scholar. Alright, so next we're gonna do the healer quests. That is the wrong room. As I live and breathe, it's the great Shizune Daskar. I'd love to bombard you with questions about your exploits, but my associate here would like to word with you first. What about small talk? We've had reports from Alamigo of what's believed to be a blasphemy. We both wish we could go to lend our support, but we've been ordered to stay here in the meantime, or for the time being. The Alamigan delegate to Radzat Han has grim news to convey. If you are ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. Oh, hi, Ellie. Hang on. She's talking to me in game. There we go. We've received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beasts, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I'd be glad to help. Sounds like you better, or you need better soldiers, not more healers, but if I must... Dude! No, I'm not saying that. That's mean. Also, I'm one of the Immortal Flames, so, like, if Ulda is helping, I'm being mean to myself. I'd be glad to help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Eldon forthwith. Also, he may no longer be part of the Flames, but Raoban is still my general. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined our Alamigan allies in their hunt for the fiend. The trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Paglothan. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to the Alamigan quarter and report for duty. Commander Eldon is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain all upon your arrival. May Ralgar grant your strength. Alamigan quarter. All right. And since people in-game are giving me shit about this, literally the reason why I had decided on my caster being Summoner, even though my casting main on my main is Red Mage, is because Summoner gets me a free healer for role quests. So people don't have to be subjected to my healing. No party members will be healed or harmed by my healing in the making of this quest, or of this stream. Just NPCs. It's fine. Aels will probably be doing most of the healing. Ah, Mr. Staskar. We were told you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Eldon you've arrived. One moment, please. It's almost like everybody should know by now that I can teleport at will. Glad you could join us. Oh, wait, that is way the wrong voice. Hey there, General. Is he gonna call me Lieutenant? I appreciate that we've a far greater crisis to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. Lise says hi. As our man in Thavner will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for a mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape, and what has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. This briefing sure is dramatic. As was the case in Thavner, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamigan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact that he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. That narrows it down to, like, everybody in Alamigo. This is, like, the Highlander homeland. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have been, or even been born in Alamigo. Might have been the son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we've no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? Of course. You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already been put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention. And that's where you come in. I'll meet you there. Alright, let's go, Eos. Alagana. I like how I pulled up my teleport list as if I wasn't just gonna use the quest map. Here we go. Knowing what they are, who they were, could any of us end up like that? Ugh, it's my own damn fault for being so careless. What must Commander Alden think of me? I think he's happy you just made it through. Or just happy you made it through. Words. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and cull the lot of them, victory did not come easily. It's times like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me there after. Here you go. Gods be good. I feel reborn. Hold on. You're Shizune, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it feels good. And you... I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect, and thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. Oof. Wait a minute. Arnvold's here now? Oh, wait a minute. That's right. He's involved with the quest. I was like, is this where he's been? I was about to go running over here on my main later. It was good that you came all this way, though I never doubted for a moment that you wouldn't. After all you've done for the people of Garabania, we couldn't ask for more. And yet, here you are. Yep, here I am. I'm stupid. I forgot that, like, he's involved with this quest. For treating the wounds of those soldiers, you have my thanks. And theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts, if my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Shizune. Unfold! Bye! As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Ragnfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Huh? Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lys held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Garabania. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there are still so many problems to be addressed and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. You've changed your tune. Make no mistake, I've not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace, of Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities. Why they'd swear to serve the Empire. And the answer was simple. Because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffered much the same. In a hell where all are condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Garleans win. Not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making that choice the right one for a man that are at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will, regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who'd pledged allegiance to Garlemald... This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of. But after 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our early successes, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel the shame and guilt, and for some, it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere we won't be overheard. Bring him back to MSQ, I miss him. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the Echo, I'll not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you learned. It's so nice when we get to work with somebody else with the Echo. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son. Only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope that it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up until the change took him. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Raubon, I have some bad news about blasphemies, actually. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garlean in Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated. To hate myself. But so long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart. And I owe it to Abba and Auli to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Garabania again. So, Commander Eldon, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course. There's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Shizune and are on hand to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beasts we encounter. Though I fear it is only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Yeah. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. Ash, hi. Hydrate? Okay. Nom. Delicious water. After all you've done for the people of Garabania, we couldn't... oh, he's... Okay, he's just saying the same thing again. Got it. Then back to the Alamaken Quarter. Oh, and there's an ad break coming. Cool. I'm gonna grab more food during the ad break then. And I will actually, because I don't know how much talking is gonna happen. So I'm actually gonna put up the BRB screen right now and go get that food, and I will see you guys in like 3, 4, 5 minutes. So yeah, everybody go grab snacks and hydration and stuff. we're back. Hi, guys. Now, let's talk to Rabon. Oh yeah, do you have anything to decide? With you on our side, those beasts are no match for us. Yeah. I mean, obviously. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. 'Twas the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Also that the Sultana wasn't actually dead. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find the strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were, so that we can look to who we can be, who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not few or are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better fit for it ultimately. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Ralger watch over and keep you. The struggle to prevent the emergence of beasts grows increasingly desperate. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Eldon at once. I mean, I never went anywhere. You're welcome sight as always, Lieutenant. Yeah, he still calls me Lieutenant. If I remember right, he called me... Was I a captain already? Or not captain. Had stuff beyond Lieutenant come out yet by the time I did this? I think he does call you by your, like, just straight up your rank regardless. Aye, and a lot's happened since last we spoke. We Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Garabania, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given that they might feel might feel tempted to do. It has been suggested that we take those individuals into custody for their own protection as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavors, and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. Would it hurt you to smile when you see me, at least? I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have need of a healer, and there's none better than Chizune. Well, I don't know about that. Arnvold, I'm touched that you have so much faith in me, but let's maybe not exaggerate. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, not for my healing. And this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Oh, you're talking about Fordola. Fair enough. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sodding color, aye? We all know it's not coming off anytime soon. But if this is how it's to be, then fine. As long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have arrived to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone. Maybe even more so. You don't need the echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own echo, either. Sometimes the visions come without warning, and with such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. Hey, I remember when I had to deal with that. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades. So look out for her, please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. I think being there for her and being her boyfriend helps, honestly. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Ferdola's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in even if she curses you for it. Don't worry. I'm Ferdola's friend, so I will happily deal with whatever it takes to help my angry hissing cat friend. Ferdola's not the sort to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get in over her head, would you? I will try. Alagana. I'll admit, this is not quite what I had in mind. Well, she's one of us now. Deal with it. I had a feeling Raubon would send you, Shizune. But as for her, if you've got any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop. You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. To the matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Crania Lupi. But one family has gone missing. A mother and her parents, who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen. And when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Thick gouges in the floor and the walls, made by a beast's claws by the look of them. You think they've turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. Ferdola, I'm supposed to be sticking with you to make sure that if you need healing, you get healed. What's the point of us splitting? What's the point of that if we're just gonna split up? At least I can fly, so we can make it quick. What? Oh, I forgot. I have a hot. Or not hot, a dot. Also, why haven't I had... Oh, I didn't really need to do much fighting, I guess, in the caster one so far. So I didn't have River out. Whoops. Crumpled letter. In the dirt, you spy an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Read the letter? Yes. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. You know, it's a cute glamour, but maybe I should rethink it. Or maybe I should just use a different mount, actually. That'd probably solve my problem. That is not the kind of show I want to be giving you guys. Oh, here we go. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragnfrid. What's done is done. Were you able to find anything? Crumpled letter. Though its contents neither verify nor disprove your suspicions, this letter was almost certainly penned by a now deceased member of the Cranialupi. The outer edge is covered in myriad scuffs and scratches, while the inner is marked with only a name and date, carefully engraved. And then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral. Or as close as one as possible under the circumstances. There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it, and the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons, even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. That was not the right voice for that character. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Evrat's younger brother was a member of the Cranialupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first. But after we'd gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. Are we sure having Fordola here? It's her! The butcher! No, no, no. Traitors, all of us, kinslayers, deserving of hate and death. Hate and death! Can I calm him down? Get back! Get back! Man, sucks to be on the other side of the, oh, this is a bad time for an echo vision thing, finally. Fordola, this is why I'm supposed to be with you. Stay away from her. Fordola saved your girl's life. I know that, but she's... It happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. Ma'am, you're a bitch. Little girl, you have my permission to bitch out your daughter, or bitch out your mother. I want to say thank you to the brave lady for rescuing me. Do you think I'll see her again? She risked her life to save my daughter. Whatever else she may have been, I owe her for that. Then maybe you should have said that instead of treating her like a monster. Isn't it so much better when we treat people with empathy? Wait, what? Did I miss her? Is this one of those quests where I have to be on foot? Oh, wait a minute. No, there she is. I'm fine. Leave me be. That's bullshit. I said I don't need your help. It's not only your injuries I'm worried about. Bloody hells. If you're here to patch me up, get it on, or get on with it. Quietly. Hey! It's going good. We did the caster role quests earlier. Now we're doing healer role quests up to level 88, and after that we'll be tank. Right now, Fordola's being a little bitch. Posture check? Fine. Hang on. Let me unpretzel. And unshrimp. There, I hydrated. You can tell because my water bottle got in the way of my my iPhone, so my model tracking got fucked up. All right, let's heal our favorite dummy. One of our favorite dummies. A coral can't change its spots. And there's no way washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, even if I could. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I know I said this in, I don't know if you've looked in the pantry, but I was also talking about on stream, earlier. I'm gonna look into seeing if there's a non-intrusive redeem I can set up so that people who want to lurk and not be perceived can use it, as a way to signal to Twitch that they are in fact real people. Taking up Garlean's seal was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself, me too. Can I just slap her? I won't let you take it, or I won't let it take you. Oh, that wasn't a laugh. That was her. Oops. That man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be all right. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Although, honestly, I don't know, because I feel like if you slapped her, she'd feel like she deserved it. And I almost wonder if it'd be easier to catch her off guard by giving her a hug. Fordola needs more hugs. Everything the skulls fought for. The sacrifices we made, the things we did. In the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked, and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same thing to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... he would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansfred died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. Yeah, no, I think that's a pretty accurate read of her. I met a former skull called Rudolph. I know a young man who survived the fall of Specula. Oh, I know a former soldier named Rudolph. Rudolph, he's alive? But how? Is this related to Minago's thing? Is he the one who's helping out Mefred's wife? I'm glad he made it, or not Mefred's wife. It was somebody else's wife. Was it Conrad's wife? It may have been Conrad's. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Ralgar, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. I hope she comes back to MSQ someday. I'd love to see her, like, get her own, like, unique NPC outfit. and stuff. Her and Arnvald. Whoops. Almost went to the wrong place. Back in Stormblood, everybody was simping over Yotsuyu, and in the meantime, my favorite character was Fordola. Because, like, it sucks, but she's absolutely the kind of person who deserves a certain level of empathy, because she did realize, like, she thought was doing what she thought was best for her people, and she realized she was wrong, and she's trying to do better. She was trying to make it. Yeah. I mean, that's the reality with the parents of these people too, like, or their families. They're Fordola's parents and the parents of that guy who Arnvald saw, or like, no, it wasn't even the parents. It was the guy that Arnvald saw the echo vision of, who turned into a blasphemy, whose son became a cranial loopy and died. They were doing what they thought was best for their children, to protect their children. And then their children died because of it. They became soldiers for the Empire and died for the Empire. I'm sure, like, I'm sure it's not just a guilt by association thing that they're dealing with. They probably blame themselves for the people their children grew up to be. Welcome back. Fordola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Aligana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, hang on. Wait. By over the years, is he talking about the years of the war and stuff? Because it seems weird to me that somebody whose kid joined the Cranial Loopy would feel the need to escape Alamigo instead of maybe forming Garlean sympathetic communities or something. Is he low-key confirming that it's been a couple years since Stormblood? I guess it's kind of open to interpretation there, right? In fact, because, like, if they weren't going to get sympathy in El Amigo, then I don't think All Amigan refugees or people in Ul'dah would have given them sympathy for their kids joining or siding with the Garleans. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. The quest to protect vulnerable Alamegans leads to Ul'dah. Here to see the Commander Eldon, I take it. This way, please. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since last we spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, but all the while driving others to succumb to despair and turn. Even with Alamigan and the Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us to track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning, without question. Fordola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. Seems like a waste of a capable soldier. She deserves a chance to make amends. Also, how do you think she's going to react if you try to keep her out of this? I'm inclined to agree with Shizune. She was able to resist the transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say we let her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles of our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover she's a companion, or she's a champion in of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. Yeah, let him have an off-screen character arc and then come back to us. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arnvald and I will go on ahead and wait for you in the hustling strip. We'll see you anon. Yep. Thank God, I'm so hungry. Hang on. I think it probably would have been faster for me to just go to the teleport list, but nope. All right. And around this way. It's Python! I only let her out of my sight for a moment. Uh-oh. It's the first time I've been back here since I, discharged myself from the infirmary. Without telling anybody, mind. I must remember to stop by and offer my thanks and an apology. Wait, hang on. Did you have Fordola sneak you out of the infirmary, go talk to me in Gridania, and then not come back? Arnvald! Master Papashan was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say Lily, or Lady Lilyra, has gone on another of her jaunts about the city. Though it is not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. Yep. No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to... Now, we might be here on official business, but we're old friends. And as you may remember, I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is a rather charitable... I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of recent goings-on in Ul'dah, too. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not. With me on the case, this'll be over before you know it. I forgot about this. If she's supposed to be meeting us here, maybe we should wait for her to come to us? Just between you and me, Raubon has never had much luck at finding Lady Lilira. Rather the opposite. Which isn't to say that he's misrepresenting his capabilities. Perhaps his recollection of events simply differs from somewhat from reality. Amazing. I forgot about this. I forgot that Raubon is like really bad at finding her. And apparently either he is misrepresenting things, or I kind of wonder if there aren't individuals who are just like, I wonder if she doesn't eventually just like let him find her to make him feel better about himself. She climbs up on his shoulder, gives him a little pat on the head. Good job, Raubon, you found me. You're such a good boy. Yes, yes, you're very good at what you do. Oh yeah, I need to do that quest eventually. I like how there's this guy, and he's called the Conniving Ne'er-do-well, and he's just hanging out right in front of 2 guards. Somebody somewhere is being very bad at their job, or is on the take. Oh yeah, if I look around, I wonder if I can just, like, find her. Doesn't look like it. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lilira. As a matter of fact, Papa Shan and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Oh boy, I can't wait for you to show me how it's done. Follow your lead? Okay, I'm right behind you. Why am I still moving faster than you when you... she's fond of perusing the stalls here. Mm-hmm. Oh, is that why I'm moving faster than him? There we go. That was, in fact, why I was moving so much faster than him. If she's not here, where could she be? What if she's been abducted? Calm down, you're just... Raubon, I'm sure she's fine. One of the pots? Perhaps not. No, I don't think she's at one of the pots. Maybe she went to the quicksand. Maybe she went to the place where a lot of people gather to talk and exchange information. That's odd. I've tried all her usual haunts, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? There's no need to assume the worst, so we should keep looking. You're right, I know, but it's hard not to worry. Where could she be? Come to think of it, something Papa Shan said caught my ear. He thought Nanamo went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy and the beasts, to better understand how her people are coping with the situation. So, if she'd been driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute, So she'd been driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit, my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Pearl Lane has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for Lilyrell your full attention. And speak with him. Some say money can't buy you happiness, but they've never tried living without it. Those who call Pearl Lane home never had the luxury of choice. The city's poorest live here, as such are at greater risk of returning. Knowing this, I expect Lilyrell came to learn from their plight. Hey, Lambert. Some people will tell you that all you need to change your stars is a chance, a steady job with a modest salary. These people are fools. The important thing for us now is not to fall prey to the lie that is the Uldan dream, for that is but a tool they use to divide us. Only through united purpose and collective action will we achieve lasting change for ourselves and our children. Okay, but like, a steady job and income and stuff helps. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Garabania, which has led to the creation of jobs for many of the locals, both here and on the other side of Balser's Wall. In every society, there are the haves and the have-nots, and seldom is this divide more sorely felt than here in Ulda. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolorito as guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. Oh, there she is. No. Lady Lilyrell.
Raban? Whatever are you doing here? And Shizune, too. While I am glad to see you both, our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this?
We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace. Oh, I just noticed her eyes. Oh my god, they updated her. Look at her eyes. I'm pretty sure those are more sparkly and have more depth than they used to.
Some things never change. But I assure you, I'm quite capable of looking after myself, in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished. You will be comforted to hear.
Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder?
Certainly not. You have already attracted more than enough attention.
Oh, Raban, buddy, I'm sorry. Oh, that's rough. I think he was asking that as much for himself as for her. I had every faith you and the commander would find her.
I have
have a feeling the search would have taken rather longer if Raban had been left to his own devices. I mean, I didn't really do much other than calm him down and make sure he didn't freak out and think she got abducted. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Have they updated her model yet? They have! Oh my goodness! Look at all the metal on her! It's so shiny now! Oh, she really does look so much better. Look at that! Look at that! You can absolutely see the difference.
I thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause.
With respect, Your Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier.
Still, I say, Commander Eldon would not make such a distinction, and neither will I. You yet serve your people and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims.
We have indeed. She looks so good now.
Hence the need to locate families of Cranialupi members who have fled to Thanalan. There is no end to the struggles faced by Alamigan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their pasts, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide.
Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing the change?
I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control. Our fates subject to whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivety, and then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions. To love our neighbor and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one.
Truer words were never spoken.
But without the support of the people, such words are not but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground.
Common ground. We've been pouring all of our efforts into aiding families of the Cranialupi, and while it seems to help to a degree, some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the Resistance, or were caught in the middle. They all suffered. They all wake up in the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester.
The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten. But rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost.
Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did. Let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honor and their sin, we the living of Alamigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me, and we'll put the plan into action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we'll want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me.
Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you.
And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Alamigo. Look at her, she looks so fucking good. Oh my god. Hang on, let me just take a moment. Ma'am, your metal looks like actual metal now. You got rid of your plastic tiara. I'm so proud of you. And look at what is it supposed to be? Marble on her outfit? Whatever these giant baubles are. Marble would be really heavy. I hope they're not making her wear marble. But it's some kind of stone. But, oh, and look at her crown! And her hair! Ah. To see the Sultana grow to become such a capable and compassionate leader brings a tear to my eye. Wonder what Abba and Ali would say if I could tell them I had a chat with the Sultana. I can hardly believe it myself.
The relationship between Ulda and Alamigo is one which I cherish deeply. It is imperative that we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis.
Nothing of note has occurred in your absence, which I expect is welcome news in itself. Yeah, no news is good news. I knew Arnvald would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken to it with considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. And last healer quest for tonight.
Arenvald wishes to put your considerable reputation to good use. There you are, Shizune. Commander Eldon has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we are looking into reports of missing relatives of the Cranialupi. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragenfred and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation. Though many still harbor feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin, they've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Arnvald's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between the various community members or leaders and go over the finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I have a few other matters to attend to, so you'll excuse me. If you'll excuse me, duty calls. All right, and we'll do that after the ad break. During which I'm gonna finish eating my dinner. Because I'm, I believe what is scientifically referred to as a hungry girl. So yeah, I think I'm actually gonna put up the BRB screen for now. And I will see you guys after the end of the ad break.
All right, we're back. So let's go meet up with Arnvald. Take the shortcut. And here we are. Thanks for coming. It should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy, but by Ralgr, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and the other conscripts. And they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, things we believed we would never do, or things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members of from each of the settlements around Garabania. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help me with the last two. There's Miraz Nun and the Peering Stones, and Sarisha in Viranila. I'll give you one for each. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them that deep down, we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends, and their family, men and women who lived through it all, survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not had much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? Alright, then we will start with the Peering Stones. And then fly over to Nilia. Ah, Shizune, what a rare treat this is. Had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a feast. Aw, thank you. Greetings, friend. It has been too long since the last we spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within is almost tangible, in addition to the weight of the paper itself. So, the rumors are true. I need not read this letter to know, in full to know its contents. I understand that Ragnfrid's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause. But to include the relatives of the Crania Lupi? The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of these curs alongside their victims? I ask only that you read the rest of the letter. You have every right to be angry and refuse. Arnvald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. This one. You have every right to be angry and refuse. Arnvald wishes only that you read his account and before coming to a decision. To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Family. As none, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience. My very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspected some schools had been faced with the selfsame choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I, and any others who are willing, can offer our prayers for those, or these tortured souls, and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the tribe, but as Miraz Nun, though I will put the question to my people that they may decide for themselves. I am also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He is not wont to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take his measure. He is a good bean. I will convey your friend's intent to the rest of the tribe before attending the memorial ceremony. Those who cannot support it will not interfere. You have my word.
Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
If you can forgive the Kalyana, you can forgive the Cranialupi.
Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen if the Cranialupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kalyana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands, cowards and traitors all. And we are to assume that Kalyana, who died fighting for the Empire, will be honored as well? Oh, I guess she hasn't forgiven them as much. If so, that is all the more reason for us to refuse.
That is your right, and no one will say otherwise. I come only to present a letter and ask that you read it in full. Arnvold understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request was that you read his account and then decide. Yeah. Also, ma'am, your daughter is literally running a, whole operation over on the bridge that involves defected, Kalyana. You know that they're not all bad. Arnvold understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request was that you read his account and then decide. If you insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both. No one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything. It is a tragedy and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance and implore my people to do the same. In mourning, may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting,
and I look forward to personally taking your friend Arnvald for his, or thanking your friend Arnvald for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set. Could I be correct in guessing your friend does not much or often scribe much such letters? I could not help but notice that he had foregone the usual platitudes and fanciful phrasing. His directness was most refreshing.
I mean, here's the thing, too, that you can mourn is the people that the Crania Lupi could have been if things had been different. Whoop. That wasn't where I wanted to go. I don't know how many people remember this, but in Stormblood, when they were talking, or not in Stormblood, at the end of Heaven's Word, when Lise was talking about her sister and how she died, she mentioned that Lise mentioned that Ida died saving a young girl. That young girl was Fordola, who she had a friendship with, and she wanted to try and get Fordola out of Alamigo. Imagine how different Fordola's life would have been if Ida had succeeded and not been killed. Imagine the person Fordola could have been. So, how did you fare in the fringes? Successful, eventually. They said that about me? It's rare for me to get so much or such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisha and Miraz Nun. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. You have your ability to write to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement with an extremely divisive issue, or coming on to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as her grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us. If you've the time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Ragnfrid and I need to tie up beforehand. So we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. Once we've got everything in order, Ragnfrid and I will meet you in the palace.
Let's go!
Here for the meeting, yes? Yep. Let's go. So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the Crania Lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans, just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lightly. They had a choice and they chose to betray us. Who among us would not have, or have not made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? Seriously? Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones. We all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing: to deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from where there is no escape. Know that it is, that it surely will be, know that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts, out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best and their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. Huzzah! We see a lot of important people coming and going around here. Even though I should be used to it by now, I can't help feeling nervous. That went better than any of us could have hoped for. You have my gratitude for your part in the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. This was all Arnvald's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have the community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that it will still serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and the ostracized. Speaking of which, you will recall the incident with Fordola and Alamgana. The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be, and that's before taking her echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it. I have! And now we go back to Radzat Han. Again. Final time for the night. As I switch over to Dark Knight. And we go over here. and into here, and to the last quest marker, the Gridanian Delegate. The Gridanian Delegate is in urgent need of a stout defender to help combat a new threat to his homeland. I have come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the Twelveswood, a blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows whence it came. Try as we might, we have yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the woman we seek. What say you? Will you serve as the shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? Protecting the realm is what I do. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. Yeah, let's go! What pants are those? Hang on. Maybe I'll recognize it if I take off the dye job. Oh, I think it's... Yeah, I think it's cash shop stuff. Cute glamour, though. Anyway. Moving on. Speaking of cute glamour, man, I can't wait for the new glamour items they're adding next patch. Not even like I don't care about the stuff from the treasure maps this time. I can take or leave those, but like the gold saucer stuff and the PvP stuff, that looks good. Our liaison at Rodzat Han sent word of your arrival, but I can still scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Of course, why else would I be here? Then there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the Elder Seedseer at once. She is leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. Oh, man, I've seen her recently, haven't I? And I did not really fully appreciate the upgrades to her model. Full glad am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Shizune. On behalf of the all Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. You will forgive me for eschewing for... man, look at that necklace. It's so shiny now. Anyway. I'm gonna stop being literally distracted by the shiny things now. You will forgive me for eschewing further formalities, as time is of the essence. I shall share with you what little we know of this elusive scourge. Also, look at the texture on her robe. Jeez. It all looks good. It's all good. Following the events in Thavner, we received a report that an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road before transforming into a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin, reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Glepnir, for the creature of legend. It emerges from the brush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond, it retreats into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence.
Yet even if we were tricked into, if we tracked it to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. The wounds of Gleipnir's victims are tainted by corruption. We can but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Mayhap you know of the creeping death? The effects of Gleipnir's vile poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the Twelveswood many years ago. The sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns, and spent their final moments in excruciating pain. 'Twas long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. I just realized the character update kind of makes his face look rounder. Is it true that the disease spared not a single here? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure from Glimshroom. Slow though it was, the scars of this tragedy could then begin to heal. Gleipnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear. Yet despite the similarities between the blasphemy's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both conjury and white magic have failed to abate the poison's spread. To confront Gleipnir now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Have you tried the remedy for the creeping death? Forgive me, Elder Seedseer, but this appears to be urgent. What? Again? Gleipnir has struck once more, in the North Shroud. The Whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, but the man it attacked lives. They are bringing him to Fallgard Float as we speak. Then we must meet them there. Will you accompany us, Shizune? Athelmar should be able to appraise us of the details upon our arrival. Mm-hmm. Yep, I will meet you there. North Shroud. Word of the attack has yet to spread among the populace. They remain calm for now. We cannot say for certain Gleipnir has quit this place. Stay on your guard. Elder Seedseer, you honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside of the bobbing cork, being attended to by one of our hearers. He's a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his abilities. I shall do all in my power to aid him. I, in turn, may have need of assistance as well. I ask that you stay close, both of you. Okay. You'll find the victim under the eaves of the bobbing cork. One of our hearers is doing what he can, but will surely not begrudge any help you can offer. And yet they asked me to come here to be the Elder Seedseer's bodyguard, not co-healer. He clings to life, albeit barely. We must try to ease his pain.
That he survived his encounter with Glepnir speaks to his fortitude. I know not if he can be saved, but if we can at least allay his suffering, we must. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. While I managed to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains. If this is indeed the creeping death, do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We may have need of your talents again ere long. Chigos, man! Chigos! A bloody swarm of them! That came from the East Gate! Chigos are known as carriers of the creeping death. The villagers are on the edge. If they think the Vilekin harbingers of... if they think the Vilekin harbingers of another plague, they may panic. Pray see to the Chigos. I will remain here with the victim. I shall do everything in my power to save this man. I entrust the matter of the Chigos to you. We cannot let the Chigos enter the village. Rumors of sickness have already begun to spread, and a swarm will surely sow terror and discord. He's still yelling and groaning. Alright. Where are the Chigos? I think this wild-eyed fellow is the source of the earlier yelling. Do you see any Chigos nearby? They were near Elder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bringing the creeping death like as not. Folk have been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason. I'm not about to join them. No, sir. Came running back fast as my legs could carry me. Were you bitten? I will show you to a hearer, if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong to you, can be sure. You'd best do something about that swarm, though. Would that we could, but seeing the gate manned is our priority, and we have not the numbers to spare for a hunting party. Hi, you've got me! By the time whaler reinforcements arrive, it may be too late. We'll deal with the Chigos. One who holds the greater numbers owes the other a flagon of ale, right? Oh, you're making this a contest? That's cute. I commend your bravery. Godspeed and don't get bitten. I mean, if it only affects Cure, why don't you... Friend who has existed since our realm reborn but has never been given a name, let me handle it. More of them? Man. There, you're safe. 12 be praised, and you have come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it's of little use against actual death. Aye, that's why I've come. I'd heard tell of a man suffering from uncommon pains at Felgard Float. Sensed an opportunity for philanthropy, and a touch of profit, I'll admit. But if what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him in my stead? No need for payment this time, of course. You saved my life, and one good turn deserves another. I only hope the cure works as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way. And give any foul can I spy a wide berth. Over here. To think that the mere mention of Chigos could spark such panic. The creeping death casts a long shadow over these lands. You've brought the medicine? What luck. We must administer it straight away. Thank you for calling the Chigos. Alas, our patient's condition has yet to improve, and it is all we can do to keep him from succumbing to the poison. A medicine made from the Glim Shroom, which cures the creeping death. I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death. Given his symptoms, it may well prove effective here as well. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Hold on just a while longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve you of, soon relieve your pain. I don't... It hurts! It hurts! Why? Why? The man's shrieks die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then falls still and quiet, as if his breath was snatched from his chest. "12, have mercy. At the very least, his suffering is over." Had we been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Nay, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood, as will be others if we do not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. Though the effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death, 'tis clear that the two share little else in common. The poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease. To delay it is to be, or too deadly is it to be borne by creatures so fragile as Trigos, or any other besides. Then that is one less possibility the people need fear. It is a shame a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania. For now, we must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, Elder Seedseer. I'll give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is still a primary concern. Let us return to the Adder's Nest. For information shall be our most reliable weapon in the days ahead, and there is no better place to acquire it. Yes, ma'am. Oh, right, back to the Adder's Nest. I'm stupid. Right. What am I doing? We want to go this way. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we suspect most are erroneous. Fear has a way of making one jump at shadows. It will take some time before we have determined which reports merit a more involved investigation. Until then, I ask that you stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the blasphemy. The Keeper of the Entwined Serpents is eager to resume the hunt. Keeper, do you have an actual name? Can we know it someday? We have followed up on every report. Actually, let me check something. That's not what I want. Yeah, apparently he just, like, does not have a name. We have followed up on every report concerning Glepnir, even those that beggared belief. The most promising suggest the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We are to proceed there at once, for there is no telling when it might strike again. The Elder Seed Seer is already en route to Lake's Root. Let us not keep her waiting.
Oh yeah, if I go to Tranquil right now, there should be somebody who's missing, huh?
Are they going to be consistent about that? Is he going to be not here? Or are there two of, what are you doing here? Just the point, or just, Landon, shouldn't you be in Limsa right now? Or something? Hi, Raya. Not that you know who I am, but, I know who you are. No sign of the beast yet, thankfully. A single glimpse of Glepnir might send the people running, and we would be hard-pressed to restore order. Greetings, Shizune. As luck would have it, my sister Raya O frequents Camp Tranquil, I know. We would do well to meet with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us in our search. Raya and her Moogles. It has been too long, Raya-O. Kani! I was afraid the situation might force your arrival. Would that this reunion was under more joyous circumstances. And you are here to serve as protector to my sister, yes? I commend your courage. Glepnir is, like all blasphemies, is a fearsome foe that we must nevertheless rise to meet as one. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you received word of Glepnir's whereabouts? Man, it's wild how you can see the difference between Connie, like her character model, by comparing her weapon to Raya O's weapon. And maybe also, like, well, I guess her outfit in general is okay. I have. It recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. Yeah, you can see it in her outfit, actually, because, like, you can see the metal isn't very metally on her. No others in Camp Tranquil have yet come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with a malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Glepnir's corruption seems only to affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That's somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here, I think. Gleipnir comes, if Gleipnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will invariably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker among themselves. Some even accused me of standing idly by while this monster roams free. As if I'm not doing all that I can. I apologize. Would that I had come to you sooner. Would that there were more I could offer you. Not every burden is yours to bear, Connie. Yeah, not every burden is yours to bear, Connie. She is right. It is the duty of all seed seers to face this threat, and so we should do so together, with the aid of the elementals as well. Under different circumstances, I would agree, but their strength has waned since the calamity, and I am reluctant to oppose upon them. Indeed, when I open my thoughts to the elementals, I shudder to hear their distress. Once we have laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here and assure them that all will be well. That Gridania's resolve to weather this storm remains steadfast. No road is closed to those true of heart. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you'd begin with the earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall run out to Arun, or reach out to Arun. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we will require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both.
I just realized I never did a going live post on Blue Sky. Oops.
May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims that the people's difficulties will soon be at an end. While you attend to that, I shall gather what information I can from the wood whalers stationed here. Pray look for me at the camp proper when you have finished.
Honestly, like, a part of me gets it, but considering all the other NPC outfits they've put in the cash shop, I'm surprised they haven't done the leaders and the seed seers. Because, like, whoop. Her outfit's actually kind of cute. Maybe not the boots, those aren't really my style, but the top and the skirt, like the dress or whatever it is she's wearing, I dig it. Little red dress with a white coat over it, it's cute.
If we are to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Gleipnir, then my words alone may be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. Thanks. I pray you stay by my side, that those we speak with might be joyed by your presence. Connie Senna is now accompanying you. Blah, blah, blah. We know how this works. Blah, blah. Try as they might to go about their lives as normal, there is an unmistakable tension in their very movement. We must do what we can to put their minds at ease. seed seers are sitting pretty with their guards and finery. What do they care if a beastie is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it hunts us. We'd be fools to trust our lives to those that don't care a whit. Aye, past time we went south. At least in Ulda, they don't pretend to look out for the common man. You were saying? Elder Seedseer, I was just... I promise you that we are sparing no effort in our hunt for Gletnir. However, it will take time, and more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me, if only for a while longer. I love the Twelveswood and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's gotta give voice to his worries from time to time, aye? Nothing I want less than to abandon my home. I'll stick around for now. Sorry about earlier. I've been strung tighter than a longbow lately. I really do appreciate the Seed Seers and all they've done for us, and I pray they can deliver us from this evil. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing but to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Very carefully. Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I will do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope, and encourage others to do so as well. I'll try, Elder Seedseer. I'll try. I know you've placed yourself at risk, leaving the safety of the city and coming here, and that means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the Whalers and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. I promise you that it will not be long. I saw it! A gargantuan beast stalking the woods, with horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here to fill its belly? Gletnir will do no such thing, I swear. I shall see to it personally that the blasphemy does not come within a mile of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead of us. Truly, Elder Seedseer? Perhaps I've let my imagination get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. I pray you restore the peace soon. I shall, you can be certain. Wow, you really are taking a lot on yourself. Too often do I only learn of the people's troubles through the reports and the like. To hear their stories firsthand, the desperation in their voices, it strengthens my resolve to bring this nightmare to an end. I am reminded also that we Seedseers must do more to convey the thoughts of the elementals to our fellow Gridanians. Though they live among us, there is a tendency to treat them as something otherworldly and unknowable. If only all could share in our experience. Will that be all for now, Elder Seedseer? It will. I have done what I can to quell the unrest. But so long as Gletnir lives, they will never be at peace. Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders, as much... yep. Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders. This must be the case for the elementals, yes? Indeed, you are correct. Today was a welcome reminder of that truth, and an important step in our journey. Mayhap I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some here think me as distant as the elementals, so rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. You have served me admirably as protectors thus far, for which I am grateful. Yet until we have found and laid Gletnir low, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. 'Tis no imposition, Elder Seedseer. You saved me on the killing fields of Cartano. My life is yours, now and always. Just tell her you love her already. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words and your conviction which fills me with confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us far afield. Did I ever tell you that when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down, I suspect there is still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not.
Aren't you supposed to be in Limsa right now, sir? Also, there's an ad coming. Oh, speaking of ads, there it is. All right. I am gonna put up the BRB screen then, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, we're back. Let's go. Elder Seed's here. Word from the border. We've got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Per your earlier instructions, the whalers closed the roads to all travel while we scoured the wood for signs of Glepnir. But now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanalan. They're terrified by the sound of it, screaming about the creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If it consumes them wholly, then we may have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and to return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder Seedseer. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words painted a grim picture. I pray you make your way to the border as quickly as you can. Haha, uh-oh. Follow the road south. You'll find them soon enough. My men are doing what they can, but we're soldiers, not mediators. It does feel a little sloppy that they couldn't have given that whole situation to a different NPC when they knew that Landonil was going to be involved with the melee role quests. Like, maybe they had different people writing the different quests, and so the person writing this one was like, we'll include Landonil because he should be here, not realizing he was in the melee quest and should be in Limsa right now. But then, you know, there should have been somebody overseeing it. This is a big whoopsie. Uh-oh, isn't it? It's good we arrived when we did. Any later and we might have been met with a bloodier sight. The people here are indeed terrified. I must take care with my words. Why is that one guy gripping his shoulder? Is he okay? Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die! Those rumors are false. The Elder Seedseer herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incidents. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat, and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? Stories? I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by Glepnir are in danger, and so I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Glepnir? The beast I saw in the wood? We have to run. It could have followed us. You saw him? Where? Not far from here. Those glistening horns, those terrible chains. I did hydrate! Fine, I'll hydrate more. Also, hi, Ash. There we go. Anyway. Where was I? Ah, yes. Those glistening horns. Those terrible chains. Reaching out to drag you down to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, it didn't catch any of us. No one's marked, see? That means we're safe, right? You're good. But say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? You're... nothing to apologize for, Ash. I appreciate whatever support you're able to give. If you're not up for chatting, that's totally fine. Its horns and claws are where the poison resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Oh, poor guy. I thought it was supposed to be a really fast-acting thing. How has he been able to stand this entire time? Even a little scratch. Then it's too late for me? Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said! Oh, heavenly winds, guide us to the our font of strength. May we drink— oh, that was too fast! May we, drink from it and be made whole. I don't feel any better. Do it again! Do it again! It hurts. Help me. Conjury has no effect. There can be no mistake. This is Glepnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for if we surrender to fear, the beast has already won. No, I don't want to die. Please, help me. Ah! Poor guy. Get back! You said it wasn't... Ugh, why? Why? Liar. Liars! All of you! None of us are safe! None of us will... Yeah! Oh, I'm sorry. Watching me play Endwalker probably isn't the best for a bad brain day, huh? Despair made manifest. Well, forfend. Is there naught that can be done for these poor souls? Yeah. Why do you think I decided to dedicate an entire Sunday stream to these quests and save repo for next week? It took me like 3.5, 4 hours just to get through the 50 or 88 or 85 through 88 magic and ranged physical quests. I make things better? Oh, thank you. I try. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do for them. Including their souls. Oops, sorry. Not but one thing, I know. I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the threat. And hope that the parents don't also, or whoever the other two are, also don't also turn. What are those monstrosities? This can't be. This isn't real. We'll keep these people safe. Make sure they stay safe for themselves, too. Oh, I can't talk to you. Okay. So this is the face of the final days. These ones are beyond saving. We can but end their suffering. Oh, River! Ah, fuck it. We did what we had to. Yes, we did what we had to. If we had let the fiends live, the blood of many would have been on our hands. I can't take it. What kind of life is this, waiting to be hunted or be turned into one of them? Matron, have mercy. What were those fiends? The creeping death seems a mercy compared to an end like that. It was not the poison which triggered their transformation, but despair. Overwhelming despair. They are at peace. Would that it had not come to this. I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Elder Seedseer. Is that what's going to happen to us? Is there no hope? That's what happens to you if you give up hope. What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall to deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish, and is more deadly than Gleipnir itself. But as I swore to you that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, so too do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep the faith and look to the horizon, for brighter days will come. As you say, Elder Seedseer, as you say. Gleipnir is not here, and so you are free to return to your homes. But I urge you to take care on the path back. We will, Elder Seedseer. This storm has passed, but a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the specter of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to heart. We will see more tragedies like this. The elementals, too, cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Raya O said we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance, and I know now that she was right, and so I will seek an audience with the Great One. No, I don't know, Ash. What? What do I know? What do I not know? What? Huh? Yeah? Holy shit! What? Huh? What? Wait! What?
Why isn't it going off? What? Huh? Huh? Hey, Tits? Hey, Tits? Why aren't you...
Tits? Hello? I texted you before the stream started. Hello? What do you mean you're not connected to the VTube studio? You were connected earlier. This is bullshit. I'm gonna restart Tits. Ash, I'm so sorry. I know you were looking forward to that. Okay. Now, that was 50,000 bits. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. I was thinking in terms of how many hundred, but 50, yeah. Wait, let me check something. Hang on. Let me... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Actually, there's an easier way for me to do this. Is there a way for me to have it
throw 50 of them. Just temporarily. Amount to throw. Here we go. There you go. Just for you, Ash. I was like, wait a minute, surely there must be a way for me to set this up to just fire 50 at once. But tits, please, what a time for it to fail me. It's not just me, it's an issue. I've seen people in the tits Discord talk about having the same issue. I think they may be having some connectivity issues. So yeah, it's not an issue on my end. I might just pop into the Discord at some point and be like, hey, this happened to me too. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the Elder Seer. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. She is preparing for her communion with the Great One. When the time is right, she will call upon us both. Until then, my friend, stay strong. Yeah, I mean, I think they very much know, because other people have definitely been talking about it, but I will add my voice to the pile. The tired eyes and slumped shoulders of the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents bespeaks weariness. The situation has worsened since last we spoke. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers are spread thin in their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies all too easily beget further tragedy, as the bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and share in the same horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that at any moment a monster might appear within their midst. Yes. I will update that while I am doing things. Read cutscenes while stuff is updating or loading. What? Kupo? Kupo! We must slay Gleipnir without further delay. If we could find a cure for the blasphemy's poison, If we could find a cure for the blasphemy's poison, because we can't really slay Gleipnir until we know we can cure the poison of anybody who gets hit. I'm good, but I'm not tank poison good. I am old school video game character now. Nobody adjust your channels. This is normal. Manage goals. Start new goal. Start goal. There we go. Now I know what I look like without, or for you when you don't wear glasses. I may need to adjust some stuff with this one to make it more obvious that she's supposed to look like, you know, those old school video game characters, like the old Final Fantasy games and stuff. But yeah, do not adjust your monitors. It's fine. Indeed, Let us hope that the Elder Seed Seer's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may at last cleanse the Twelveswood of this evil once and for all. Oh, speak of the devil, perhaps? Urgent news, Shizune. Glatnir has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They are engaged with the blasphemy near the Guardian Tree, where this Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Elder Seed Seer's intent? Is it attempting to prevent her from communing with the elementals? Bah! In any event, we cannot let Glatnir harm the tree. The Elder Seed Seer bade us rendezvous with her at Sorrel Haven. We leave at once. That's... yeah. So, to make my life easier, I'm gonna go ahead and Ethernet, White Wolf Gate. Uh-oh. Somehow, it's even worse when you come across a pile of weapons and no bodies. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Battered arms and armor are strewn across the ground, but there is no other trace of man or blasphemy. You lied, game. There is a trace of a blasphemy. Weren't we supposed to meet this elder? Oh, there she is. I see. I think I know what happened here, though I pray that I am wrong. There is no sign of the wood whalers save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment. But here it lies, and I see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy's poison took them, they transformed. Glatnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the wood whalers succumbed to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they have become to roam free. Let us form two groups to more quickly track down and cull the beasts. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the Guardian Tree. I'm gonna start over here. You find no trace of the whalers turned beasts. Cool. There's one. I think we've talked about this before. Once it comes off cooldown, I'll just, like, demonstrate them for you so you can figure out which one it is. Because I have never... I think I played Halo, like, once, and by play I mean I panicked a lot. Because I'm really bad at FPS games. Oh, right. Is it this? Is it Unleash? We'll solve the mystery someday. No, please, no, I'm begging you. Don't. First of all, one of these days I need to show you the list of games I want to stream. Because I already have a list. Our work is done then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic. But now they are at peace, and the guardian tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. But I pray that the Great One will hear my plea. Ah! That's not good. Elder Seedseer, are you hurt? The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear, unlike any I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away. Drive the evil away. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek. Not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. We are not alone. There can be no mistake. This is the profane beast, the blasphemy that has mired the Twelve's Wood in despair. Gleipnir. Stay back! It makes for the guardian tree. We must stop it. The poison! You mustn't let it touch you! Such fearsome strength! He's a big boy. Ah, that's a great time for that. Remember when we did the healing quest and we had 2 friends with Echo Visions? Or with Echo? It's Isumiyan! In accordance with our covenant, We Pajal have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as seed seers, and it is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become seed seers. Of that, I will become more certain by the day. But I don't want to be a seed seer. I never wanted to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? I like them. And maybe we don't choose to be born this way. But I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift. A blessing, even. And if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a seed seer, Connie. We'd be all the worse, or we'd all be worse for it. A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. Connie. The matron is merciful. The elder seed seer has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. The blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Glepnir returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The Elder Seed Seer has been delivered to the care of Isumiyan, and by the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. In fact, she has already regained consciousness, but is not yet allowed to receive visitors. But we can wait for now. Or we can but wait for now. God damn it! I was useless! I could do nothing while the Elder Seed Seer faced Glepnir alone. I was to be her shield. That I stand before you while she lies abed is proof of my failure. She wouldn't have wanted you to throw your life away. You truly are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, yet still you stand tall and resolute. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. Oh? I've spoken of it to few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript of the Garlean Imperial Army. Clad in armor and magitek, another drop in the sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged. And when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat of an Eorzean's blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the Elder Seedseer. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. She fought not to take life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. Would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Gleipnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, aye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear.
Last quest of the night.
All right, a pact proven. The keeper of the entwined serpents has good news to share. Shizune, the Elder Seedseer, has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once.
Also, Ash, I will think about it if we collab. But that being said, I should show you the massive list of games I still need to get through. Including, if my math is correct, a year's worth of Final Fantasy sequels. And Nier Automata. And Baldur's Gate. And I would love to play the Horizon games.
Elder Seedseer, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Unless you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my armor, or in my humors. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelveswood hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill. It would not presume to gainsay your judgment. But have my wounds not healed?
Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps.
I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light, or if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Connie. Rest and gather your strength, so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Glepnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the 7th Umbral Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth. The Ermin Hedge. Thus was the Twelveswood spared the worst. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would not need fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. We must make our voice heard then, yes? Indeed, we must find a way to assure the Great One of our good intentions, to remind it that we labor not for its destruction, but its salvation.
The elementals are a complicated existence.
I think, too, that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Glepnir. It seems to bear resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Glepnir was may be responsible. Reports from Radzat Han suggest this is likely to be the case, in fact.
I literally just drank water.
They're happy.
Alright, I did. But since you have to head to bed, I hope you have a good night, Ash. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy. But where are we even to begin our investigation? Gosh, if only you knew somebody who had the ability to peer into people's pasts. Oh wait, that's me. You were granted a vision of Glepnir's past? And I was there? Then I may know who he is. Or was.
As do I. The boy who trained alongside Connie in her youth.
Suraj Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him?
Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close?
Easura was Pajali like me, but he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, ever dreaming of the outside world, stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit? I can scarce imagine it.
I can.
I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isumiyan at every opportunity. Easura was a pillar of constant support.
It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seed seers together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Isumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Aesura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man despite my protestations. I ran to Isumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the guardian tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Aesura, alive but unconscious. In time, he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Aesura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day, but the price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Aesura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel— oops, that is not the right voice. The Great One stripped the Aesura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the Fane. I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the 12th Wood all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming Seed Seer, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the 12th Wood in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gletnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. In our final conversation, Aesura confided in me that he would search for means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the 12's Wood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know not of Aesura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the bramble patch in my stead, Chizune? I have faith they will accept you with their characteristic calm.
You mean they're gonna pull pranks on me and try to trick me into doing chores? I mean, sending me on quests that are totally, definitely necessary? I shall remain with the Elder Seed Seer. Though I would gladly join you in the battle against all manner of fearsome foes, I think myself ill-equipped to contend with Mughal mischievousness. And I know you are a storied veteran of such mighty struggles. Gee, thanks! Alright. Let's go find us a Moogle. Whiskerwall Coop-de-Coop of the Mogsguard?
Muggle's Guard, whatever they're called. Surely you can see that I am armed. It is not, or if it is all the same to you, we don't want any. Move along, Kupo. Huh. Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Muggle's Guard what for, would you? Shizune, was it? Kupo? Aha! It's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Kukwa Pika's the name. What brings you to our neck of the Twelveswood? We need your help. Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the Twelveswood to rights. Raya O suggested that the Muggles contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult time-consuming work, but if it's in service to the forest, then we'll do it gladly, Kupo. Hey, I know you! You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Koop-de-Koop, the Muggle's Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Raya O and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterwards set us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Mugglemog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed! And what better way to make up for the past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now our kin scour every elm of the Twelveswood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Kupo? I'm actually here for something else. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Oh, ad break. Okay, and then we will continue this quest after the ads, I guess. In that case, there's actually some stuff I want to get done during the ad break. So I need to refill water and do some other things. So yeah, I will be back. Everybody go stretch, get water, get food. We're on the last quest for the night. So if there's anything you need to do before you head to bed, any meds or melatonin or pet things you need to do, then this is a good time to get that done. And I will see you guys all when I get back. All right, we're back. So, let's talk to this Moogle, shall we? In the middle of the air.
Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your kind lack wings, Kupo.
Now then, where is it?
There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once.
It's funny, this is a reference to, I haven't done them on this character, but the Heaven's Word? Yeah. Yeah, the whole cleansing a taint, or the taint thing was Heaven's Word. Heaven's Word White Mage quests.
The grass here is so brittle, Kupo. Restoring this area will surely put Pep in the Great One's step. If it had feet, that is.
I wonder, is it supposed to be dying so slowly? Like, does it just have really high defense? Or is this because we're at level 88 stuff and I might be slightly undergeared? I did make sure to get rid of anything under I-500.
That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's even better in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such a being being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing, Coop-de-Coop? I did what I could, but I swear as soon as I've finished with one area, two more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Moogles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon... This situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless. But since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part, Kupo. I've got it! We've performed the friending! The friending? What in the name of good King Mooglemog the 12th? May he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts, is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the Twelves Wood, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place, and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. Ah, I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So, if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Joran, sire of Okpota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few hearers with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelveswood. Even we Mughals look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. Is something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face.
Gluttony may be a Pajal. A former Pajal, at least.
How dreadful, Kupo. But what exactly are you saying?
I have no idea.
So the man you think may have become Gluttony was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Aesura. To love the elementals only to be shunned by them. To be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider. All for a child's mistake. That despair could easily have caused him to turn. And this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood blessing, the Hures, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elemental's unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. First things first. We must gather as many saplings as we can. Shizune, wait for us at the Adder's Nest, and make ready for a long and backbreaking day.
Oh boy, I love being made to do long backbreaking work by Mughals, Kupo. Welcome back, Shizune. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? Possibly? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan, given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Twelveswood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Yay! We're done with all the quests! At least until, like, a week or so from now. In the meantime, that's gonna be it for tonight. Let me just really quickly return to Radzat Han, because that's where we're gonna be continuing things. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you everybody so much for joining me tonight. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Join the Discord. That's the best way to keep up with what's going on with the channel. If you are a subscriber, you also get access to the snack bar where I give behind the scenes information, and like the Discord gets behind the scenes stuff anyway. Snack bar, that's even more behind the scenes. That's behind the scenes. That's like, if the Discord is the backstage pass, the snack bar, that's the green room. That's you guys being able to hang out with me and find out stuff, like super secret awesome stuff about the channel, including like concept art and stuff. So yeah, if you're interested in that, definitely make sure to subscribe and join the Discord. Also, if you're a subscriber, no ads and super cute adorable emotes made by the one and only Buppy. Also, right now, for every sub that I get while I am playing Endwalker, I am walking a mile. We are currently at 8 out of... Let me actually double check that since I was on Twitch earlier. And I have to go back on Twitch anyway. It was 140. Oh, Luca, stop jumping on top of my chair. That's not a Luca place. That is not a place for silly kitties.
So, as of... Oh, well, it probably hasn't updated since I just resubbed this, like, tonight. So it's probably like 1 out of 140, or 8 out of 140, 8 out of 141, somewhere around there. But yeah, we've got some walking we gotta get done. Anybody who wants to participate is also free to join me in the Endwalkathon. There's a channel in the Discord where we can post our progress and talk about it and stuff. And yeah, also be sure to subscribe on YouTube. VODs are there. There's a bunch of stuff I need to get done because I'm behind on like everything, but at some point I am gonna hunker down and make a bunch of shorts and then just start posting them regularly. So yeah, that's a thing to look forward to. So yeah, in the meantime, I will be back on Tuesday and Wednesday at 7:30 Central. We are going back into MSQ, Tuesday and Wednesday. Sunday, we are playing Repo. Cause let's add on to the incentives to subscribe and join the Discord. Every month I set a sub goal. Right now, based on the size of my community, the realistic sub goal I set is 100 subs. So if I am at 100 subs at the end of the month, then I do whatever it is that the community voted for in the Discord at the beginning of the month. So the poll will be going up for August tomorrow. And in the meantime, the community chose Repo for July. They got me to the 100. So Repo on Sunday with the community. I'm sure it'll be lots of fun and I won't get bullied at all and everything will be fine. Also on Fridays, I do writing streams that are called Friday Night Writes. I write, there's chill music, a Pomodoro timer, we yap. It's a good time. So yeah, and in the meantime, if you want to follow me on social media, I am on Tumblr and Blue Sky and Shizuchi's in both places. And yeah, in the meantime, let's find somebody to raid. Zeldrix is still doing birthday stuff, it looks like. Really? Let's see. Oh yeah, I think he was doing some kind of like subathon this weekend. He's doing some kind of modded... I don't know enough about retro games to know it off the top of my head. Mario? Is that a Mario game? I don't know. Anyway, let's go raid him and say hi. And until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye.